For a couple days anyway. It's 9 o'clock, and I know everyone here is busy, and I really appreciate the time you've given us. So we're going to be very careful with that time. I think I've met or introduced myself to everyone. If not, I'm sorry. My name is Mark Hank, State Fire Marshal. I'll be acting as the chairman for this task force, and I'm really looking forward to your input on our process. We've been working very hard. Our staff has been working very hard on it and getting through this. So just a few before we get into roll call and that sort of thing. Let me just a few notes. Cell phones, please make sure you silence cell phones. We're all busy people. If you need to take the call, I totally understand that. Feel free to step outside the room here. There's plenty of good signal and have that conversation out there if you don't mind. Out the back door right here, straight across the hallway is a snack area. There's our folks use that. I will try to make sure that we get a 10-minute break each hour, but I would just ask as we do that, I'm going to try to stay on time. Needs to be back in the seats within that 10-minute period. If there is a fire alarm, got to mention this, our egress stairways are right out here. There's one that goes down. There's another one in front. Of course, the safer of the two is the one that's fire protected over here. And we'll meet across the back door to your left, all the way down the hall, and then right. Yeah. So out, left, all the way down, and right to the back. All right. Diana, where are you at? Diana Peterson will be our executive secretary for the task force. Would you call the roll, please?
Here. Here.
Here.
Yeah, here.
Here. Here. Here. Here.
Here.
And just a note for those of you who are here in place of someone who the governor has appointed, you have to act ex officio. So you're allowed to talk, be part of the discussion, but when it comes to voting, you're unable to vote because that is specific. The appointment is specific to the individual rather than the organization. All right. So if you don't mind, we go around. I know we just called roll call, but would you just could everyone introduce themselves? Just a quick background. We're not a background, but where you're, who you're representing, where you're from, and obviously your name. And Dustin, can we start off with you?
Yeah, my name is Dustin Truitt. I work for Sheet Metal, local 2 union here in Kansas City area. I've installed several of these fire dampers that were in question that were part of this. I'm from Tonganoxie, Kansas. That's where I live right now. I'm just here to represent the labor union. So.
Thank you.
Larry Benway with the Director of Regulatory Affairs and Fairness of the Kansas Hospital Association. As a little over a year. Part of that, I was at a critical access hospital for almost 27 years. And the last 17 as the CEO.
Hi everyone, Megan Shreve, Executive Director at Interhab for the State Association for Providers of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, and I'm down there just over 8 years. Kylie Childs, I'm Vice President of Policy and Workforce Development at Leading Age Kansas. We're a trade association of nonprofit aging services providers, nursing home, assisted living, and all plus, and a full continue on with here, and I've been there for a little over 3 years.
And Chris Labrum, Wichita Central County, I'm actually the building department director, Metro Area Building Construction Department, and was asked by the lobbyists as well as the Association of General Contractors to represent the building industry.
Senator Pickcraft, I'm Chief Deputy City Attorney of Wichita. Been responsible for amendments to the IFC and maybe even some UFCs. I've been there that long. So I'm the representative of municipal.
I'm Lynn Melton, and I represent District 36 in the western part of Wyandotte County. You probably have heard of us recently, out by the Legends to the Lebanon County border. And I work with a lot of labor unions as well as public safety.
Chad Mayberry, Kansas State Firefighters Association. Full-time, I'm the fire chief in McPherson, where I've been for 2 years. Prior to that, I was fire marshal in Winfield for 6 years, and I have about 30 years experience. I started when I was 5. 30 years experience in the fire service.
Mark Engholm, State Fire Marshal. I've been in this position coming on 3 years. Prior to that, my background is law enforcement and fire service for nearly 32 years now. And just I guess that's all there's to say.
Good morning, Tori Marie Blue, State Senator for the 33rd District, which is out west. I'm from Great Bend. I'm here wearing multiple hats as the appointee for the Senate Majority Leader, but also our family owns a fire protection business. And so I was maybe part of the reason why you guys are here. So.
My name is Jack Poole with Poole Fire Protection. I'm an ex officio member for my son. He is currently in Richmond, Virginia, chairing the NFPA 72 technical today, tomorrow, and Thursday. It's amazing how to line. But anyhow, I'm representing the engineering members, specifically the Society of Fire Protection Engineers, and I also serve on the campus board of technical professions as well. Thank you. Good to be here.
I'm Bill Lawrence, Governor Kelly Chief of Staff. Capacity, Burlington, Kansas.
I'm Danielle Burke. I am serving as one of the municipal government reps. I'm deputy city manager in Garden City. So somebody in the room from the Western United States.
I'm Robert Hutchison. I'm the Deputy Attorney General for the Civil Division. One of the things oversees more review of regulations as they get proposed. In my time at the AG's office, I've also been counsel to both the Board of Technical Profession and the Fire Marshal's office.
I'm Ryan Combs. I'm the superintendent of Ottawa East UIU, here representing the Kansas School Superintendents Association.
I'm Jane Eastman, I'm an architect. I practice in Lawrence, called Clark Eastman, and I'm representing the AIA, the Architect.
Good morning. I'm Chad Briscoe. I serve as the last 6 years for the regions. It's the governing board of state universities and
Jake Miller, I'm an attorney with the Grissom Law Firm. I'm here representing labor unions, which is the main portion of my practice. I represent a lot of building and trade unions as well as the State Council of Firefighters.
If you don't mind, I know so it's one thing to sit down and have a meeting like this.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
It's one thing to have a meeting like this. It's and just sit down. But there's a lot of it going on in the background, a lot of logistics, and obviously I have a lot of our subject matter experts here to help us through this process and present different portions of it. And so I'd like them to go through and introduce themselves also. Amanda, would you start, please?
I'm Amanda Yorkie. I'm the chief of the fire protection division of the state fire marshal's office. I've been with the agency for just over 12 years. New to this role, I just crossed over my 1 year serving in this capacity. So thank you for being here. And thank you for being part of this exciting journey that we're on.
My name is Molly Pasaki. I'm I oversee a team that works with facilities to get them back in compliance after fire.
And when I can be supervisor here, the policy inspector, and I have about a quarter of the county across the state spread out over the county. My name is Thomas Carmona, just like right on the compliance inspector under the line. I would be able to for a little over 2 years. Jared Smith, the general counsel, appointed the assistant attorney general for the fire marshal's office for about 3 years.
Diana Pearson, and I'm the officer I am the procurement officer and
Walter Roberts, Chief Investigations Division, for the agency about 26 years. I've had law enforcement about 7 years. Law enforcement.
But who's counting?
Yeah. I'm on the 1 minute. Right now.
Lance Todd, the public information manager. I've been in the office for 2.5 years. Prior to that, I have 30 years law enforcement. School with Wally's lovely wife. You've been in law enforcement as long as we've been out of high school.
Thank
Nice. Go ahead and just introduce yourself real quick.
Sure, we're all about it. I support education developer, and I've been here for about 9 years. I'm on a goal, and been here about 6 months.
Yeah. So and Derek Welsh, who's sitting out there. Those are our IT folks who are making sure that everything in the background is going on. This is being streamed live on YouTube, just so you're aware. Of course, we have a Teams meeting. If you aren't able to make it to the actual meeting, we do have that option available. I do not believe that anyone has on Teams. Correct. Okay. All right. Good. You want to say anything on behalf of the governor as far as welcome or?
Yeah, I think obviously going around the room, a lot of people here with a lot of expertise. No question, fire code. And so the idea of the task force was to make sure input everything solve condition, process, and feels good about it.
Thank you. So I'm going to go a little out of order because I think it's just easier to do. In front of you, you have a binder, and at the beginning of that binder is the guidebook that we have created to help the group. It has a lot of logistical portion. It has how we do remote meetings if you wish to do that, voting. It has information on the legal background of why we're here, the reimbursement for travel, and the limitations of what we can do with that. But I'd like to bring your attention to page 3 of that and the second paragraph when we talk about the mission and then the purpose of this group. And just, be aware and kind of as we go through and have these discussions and we're working through this, kind of just keep those in mind as we work. We're doing this just as a background. This is the only fire code in place for geographically 95% of our state. So every decision you make here is going to have an impact on those 95% of communities. Now, the other 5% of those communities, who number of representatives here, have adopted their own fire codes, which layer on to it and can be more strict than the state fire code. And any community can do that. But largely in our smaller communities that don't have the staffing, that don't have full-time fire departments, we find that they do not take part in the Jarvis. How you doing? Once you get settled, Jarvis, would you mind introducing yourself to the group?
Jarvis Dolman, I'm the director of child licensing and finance for the Kansas Office of Early Childhood. So I've been in this role for just a little bit over a month. So second in for Chrissy, who is the director of our office. She couldn't be here today, so thanks to everybody.
Yep, thank you. All right. Are there any questions on the, or discussion on the purpose? Anyone have any? Okay. On the left-hand side of the opening of your binder is our agenda for this meeting. You'll see it says 4th through 6th. I'm hoping, I'm well aware we're not going to finish this today. I'm hoping we can wrap it up tomorrow, but we do have Thursday in reserve, at least for space and everything else. I understand that all of you have private lives, different things going on. If you have to switch back and forth from being virtual to being present here in person, we'll work with you on that. We'll have Haley come up and talk the reimbursement side and travel here in a little bit. All right. The recommendation package process, as you'll see, it's down there at item 8. There are 14 different packages of proposed changes to the basic fire code, the International Fire Code, that our staff will be presenting to you guys for action and for your input. We'll be doing those in that, hopefully in that order. We may have to move around just a little bit with availability of staff. Each of our staff has taken on one of those to present it and really dig in and become the subject matter expert in that area. So you have questions, they can answer that. So, any questions on the agenda?
Mark, a real quick comment. So just from our line of training, they're saying that the only person that they would hear talking is Mark. So his voice level is coming across loud and clear. So as you're participating in the conversation, please make sure to speak up. There's microphones throughout the room, but if you're a soft speaker, it's still not going to pick up what you're saying.
Yeah, this is these rooms are great. This is a great facility for those of you who haven't been here before. It's really neat. But when we get these, unfortunately, we couldn't be in one of the smaller rooms. It's a little bit better set up for a meeting because we wanted to make space available for the public. We had folks that wanted to come. Otherwise, we could have fit in one of those, and I think we would have had a little bit better environment for that. So just be cognizant of that. Thank you for bringing that up. Future meeting dates, we're proposing, and I think, let me do this. If you go to I thought we had a copy in here, I guess. The actual executive order sets some deadlines for us. We have a deadline of August 15th to for this group to provide us actual feedback on the code amendments with the intent of us getting it finished and into the regulatory process, which we'll talk about. Then the next one is for October 20th. We have for you to give us feedback on how we enforce and carry out the fire code throughout the state. And then November 30th to finish up and have a final report and talk about how do we make sure we don't end up in the situation we are again today, where we have a fire code that is 20 years old and that is not consistent with what our local municipalities have and is not showing the level of technology and that we need for this state to continue to grow and those sort of things. So we are proposing September 2nd, October 30th, and November 18th. I don't know that any one of those issues is going to take more than a day. If so, if it does go, if we do end up needing more than that, we'll have to schedule another separate meeting. Are there any questions, concerns? Do we have a copy of the executive order in the? I know everyone was sent one. I don't know if there's one in the book itself. Okay, I apologize. Would anyone like a copy of that? We'll have our folks run one off. So you have it. No? Okay. All right. So the task force guidebook, just use that, refer back to it, be helpful. All right. Haley, would you mind coming up and speaking to everyone about the reimbursement, kind of how we have to handle that?
So good morning. I'm going to just give you a quick overview of the consultant reimbursement form we provided for you. If you don't already have a travel expense reimbursement, packet, one is available on the table at the back next to the sign-in sheet. The form is used to request reimbursement for travel expenses incurred while providing services for the task force committee. The packet has the current Kansas State employee travel expense reimbursement summary trifold, the KSFM consultant reimbursement form instructions, consultant reimbursement form, and a copy of the link W9. If you do not have it, again, it is located in the back. These can be only the white fields on the reimbursement form. Leave all of the gray fields blank. We will use that to calculate any per diem, mileage reimbursement, meals and incidentals. So on the consultant information section, you'll just want to print your name, address, city, state, zip code, telephone number, tax ID, exactly as they appear on your W9. Please do not, otherwise we can have some processing delays. In addition, please indicate whether you're a current state Kansas employee, if you are, and to the state agency that industry is provided. In the expense detail section, you want to enter your departure and return dates and list the destination. We want to write fire code task force. And again, you want to enter the dates and meals that were provided. You want to check any meals that were provided at no cost, including any meals provided by the committee or a complimentary hot breakfast. Again, please leave the date per diem column blank so we can complete those calculations. Our per diem reimbursement will follow federal GSA guidelines. So first and last travel days, we will reimburse 75% of the meals and incidental rate. And then any days in between, it will be reduced by 15% for breakfast, 35% for lunch, 50% for dinner, for any meals that were provided to you. Overnight travel is required. Same-day travel is not eligible for diem. And in the expense overview section, you'll just want to enter your actual expenses for parking, tolls, mileage that was driven. And if you have, mileage reimbursement also requires proof of distance traveled. If your trip did not begin at your residence, please include the address where your travel began and ended, so we can calculate the correct mileage. The mileage will be reimbursed at 72.5 cents per mile. So once you've completed the form, you'll just want to sign it and date it, please. And then also include any copies of receipts for your expenses. Include an portfolio, parking receipt, toll receipts, or receipt for any other reasonable expenses. If you don't have a receipt for any of those expenses, just let us know. We can find an alternative method for reimbursement. To have that documentation. Once you're finished, please submit the form, W9, and all supporting documentation to the executive secretary. If you have any questions, feel free to speak with Diana or KSFM_accounting@ks.gov. You can send us an email and we'd be happy to answer. Any questions?
We will have lunch today and tomorrow, correct?
Yes. We'll be providing a boxed lunch around noon at Marcus Southwest, and it will be located over in room 346 for the committee members.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Chief,
Yes.
were you all provided a separate budget specifically for this? You have to take it out of your or existing?
Oh, no, this comes just out of existing funds.
So if agencies are able to pay for our own, that would be helpful.
I'm not gonna argue with that, but we're fine. Just if, we're happy with that, so. But if it's easier for you to do that through your own agency, or maybe it's,
Not turn that down.
okay, I get it. So I just don't want anyone to be out of pocket, right, for taking part in this. So please avail yourself of that. Yeah, I know with our legislators, it's a little different process. I'll leave that to you guys, understand that better than I do. All right, moving on. I'd like to introduce Jared Smith. Jared is going to talk about the legal background, the origin, kind of creation of fire code, talk about some of the legal realities of what we have to work within to inform this. So, Jared?
Good morning, everyone. So, yeah, I'm Jared. I'm the counsel for the Fire Marshal's office, and my job today is like what Mr. Franklin said, origin and creation. I know it sounds kind of like a documentary. It kind of will follow like one. I don't have as good a voice as David Attenborough. Don't have that many accent. Try to make it enjoyable and informative for each and every one. I'll be talking about what the law requires, how we got the codes that we have today, and what it will take to get the code updated. I'm going to give you what the law says as it stands, including parts that are a little bit challenging for our agency, but we work as best as we can, and we're happy with the charge that we have. Two things before I start. Here's the lawyer for the Fire Marshal's office. Advice. Basic lawyers disclaimers. So the things I say here is legal advice, but it's meant to be informative to each. All right, two numbers shape everything that's going on here today. 2006. That's the addition of the International Fire Code that is currently in force today. It came through the regulation KAR 22-1-3 and was last amended on February 4th, 2011. That's 15 years ago. 2024 is the one edition of the Fire Code with statutory fast number. The law KSA 31-134A4 names the 2024 IFC National Fire Code. So I don't want to get too jargon for you all use too many acronyms. But this law just stated, requires the Fire Marshal's office to adopt only the 2024 version of the National Fire Code. Source of the power, the source of where the Fire Marshal's office gets the authority to adopt these codes. First is KSA 31-133A. Gives a pretty broad subject matter reach. Flammables, there's explosives, fuel transports, exits, and fire escapes, detections, suppression equipment, fire drills, school tornado drills as well, fire reporting and investigation, hazardous materials response, pyrotechnics, fireworks. A thing to note is that the state fire code doesn't apply to buildings used wholly as a development place for one or two families. So two-family homes that are used exclusively as a house are not regulated under the code. Subsection B of the same law is a sentence that matters most for the task force today. It says that rules that are incorporated by the Fire Marshal's office may incorporate by reference specific additions or portions thereof of a nationally recognized fire prevention code. That one sentence is the entire legal basis of adopting the International Fire Code. With Without it, there's no Kansas Fire Code. What that same subsection of law also says is that that same subsection B says what the resulting rules are. The Fire Prevention Code has a uniform force and effect throughout the state. So no municipality may enact or enforce anything inconsistent with it. Further in the same group of laws is Law 31-136. That's a relief valve. The Fire Marshal's Office has the ability to grant written exemptions with showing of unnecessary hardship or a showing that there's newer equipment or methods that recognize that. So there's that relief valve there for code compliance. The point I would like to leave you with, though, here on this slide specifically, is that there's no inherent authority here. Every power that the State Fire Marshal's Office has over the fire code is delegated by the legislature. It's bounded by that delegation. So if task force wants or believes that there's something that that delegation can't reach, that's going to have to be a legislative change that'll require a bill about a regulation. So here's kind of the creation story, if you will. So in the beginning, 1972 is when the Kansas Fire Prevention Code was enacted. 1972. Al Green, the Eagles were huge. John was massive. Just to kind of put a little more colloquial context of how old the code is when this law was created. The plane was ruining American Pie all over the radio. Then in 1980, a new law was made, which was 31-134A, that says conformity with certain listed building codes as being compliance with the fire code. Then in 1993, KAR 22-1-3 took effect, and this is the regulation that lists every adopted code and NFPA standard. Now, in around 2004, there was a Supreme Court of Kansas case that says the act protects the general public, doesn't create a private cause of action, but those standards are there and in place for the safety of Kansas. In February 2011, that was the last update. So those three regulations you see there, 1, 2, and 3, were amended. Adopted 2006 International Building Code and 2006. It also adopts a lot of other codes. Further slide, I'll illustrate that a little more for you. There's several codes there that support both the building code and fire code. Then in 2004 is when bill was passed that changed statute 77-441 that requires regulations that cost $1 million or more over 5 years to lead a ratification bill in the legislature. So more recently, as of this year, was the amendment to the KSA 31-134 that I mentioned earlier. That adds a new process overlay right now in establishing the new fire code. And then, as of today, we're going to be here on the governor's executive order. So the current code we have in place, like I said, how I said previously, there's a lot of codes that are, that's a lot of the state codes adopted right now. This is what we're currently enforcing in 2006 at the Fire Marshal's Office. The reference NFPA standards here range from 2002 to 2008 as far as their code go. And these include extinguishing systems, that's at 24 years old, life safety is 20 years old, sprinklers and extinguishers, 19 years old, inspections, and electrical. There's been 6 code cycles. Code cycles get updated every few years. There's been 6 cycles that have what's being currently enforced. I'll note that on this slide. So what I want to note is what this slide is and what it is not. It's a factual basis for first recital of that executive order that promise all here today. It's not a claim about what any of this costs, and I'll come back to that in a minute. Process is lengthy. There's a lot of things that go into it. It's how a fire code regulation actually becomes law. 12 steps. So how it starts is that the agency, our agency, the fire marshal's office, drafts a regulation that adopts the code. There's early public input notice. Then the Department of Administration approves style and grammar. The Attorney General's office approves as legality. Then the Director of Budget will review an economic impact statement that the fire marshal's office prepares. More on that later. Then a joint committee of the legislature reviews, and then a legislative ratification in place. At least 60 days notice has to be published in the Kansas Register, which is also the public comment period. And the added duty of our agency is that the fire marshal's office needs 3 newspaper publications in 2 papers, public hearing, a concise statement of reasons, and then our agency adopts and files with the Secretary of State. After that, then the Attorney General and Secretary of State locate the text, publication, and code goes into effect 15 days later. Sounds like an odyssey. It's a long process. Yes.
Jared, where is the legislative ratification? Where does that fall?
That would lie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look into that a little more. Right.
Prior to publication in the register.
Okay.
Publication in the register.
Yeah, anytime after it's been.
All right. Thank you.
A note that I'd like to make on the slide down the bottom, there's certain steps that are very much time bound in this process. And they're not effort bound by any means. There's that 60-day clock. It can't begin until the Department of Administration, Attorney General, and Budget have approved. So no amount of urgency from task force, from each of us today, or the agency itself can shorten. It's a strong, hard, fast amount of time. So there's some note. The fire marshal's office has been very diligent. Has been trying very diligently to get the word out about this change. There's a mandatory early public input requirement that is on the agency. I mentioned it just in the previous slide, but even before then, fire marshal's office has been busy. It's had held these 10 meetings throughout the state, different corners of the state, where we invited anyone who wants to attend, to talk, and listen, to get word about this vote. So I'm trying to make sure everyone gets a chance to hear about it, to get everyone's input as soon as possible. So the opportunity today, this really is the most important slide I have. Effective as of April 16th, with the amendment to KSA 31134 for rules updating the fire code to the 2024 fire code. We are relieved of 2 things as an agency. There's no economic impact statements that's required. There's no director of budget review as well. So those steps in their promulgation is a fancy word of getting a regulation in place. Those steps aren't part of the process here. The Attorney General's office will complete review within 120 days of submission. So that's a deadline that run and nuances here that help get the fire code implemented. But what the fire marshal's office still owes is legislative ratification under the law KSA 77-441, and that is expressly reserved by statute. So that's going to be part of this process. Every other step, the early input, Department of Administration review, public hearing, filing, publication, those will still be part of the process. There's two bits of caution, though. The first is scope. The statute names 2024 edition specifically, the International Fire Code 2024. Can't adopt anything else. It includes the 2027 International Fire Code that's now currently in development. None of that really applies to us. The second caution is one is that the legislature removed the requirement to measure cost at the same time the executive order recites that newer codes produce savings. Both may well be true, but no one's now required to test either proposition. For those of you here from hospitals, nursing homes, schools, childcare institutions, the compliance costs probably, I don't want to speak for certain, but be borne by you. No one's obligated. Compliance costs, no one is now obligated to quantify right now. You're entitled to know all of that. Two duties that are very specific to the fire marshal's office. There needs to be that enhanced public notice. That's why we've been out around the city of lots, getting the word out and informing as much as possible. We'll be publishing notice of our hearing 3 separate times in 2 newspapers. As I said previously. Second, we'll be making the code available. It has to be made available at our office. Copies of the nationally recognized code adopted by reference are going to be available on request. The practical problem here is that the fire code is, the International Fire Code itself is copyrighted material. Marked distributable copy has to be produced and licensed. That conversation is, we're well aware of that. Making sure that the code will be available. All right, so
Jared?
Yes.
I'm sorry, if I may, part of our contract with the ICC, the International Code Council, that's actually developing and writing this, publishing for us, is they will make it available to the public free of cost on the internet. So anyone will be able to at any time look up this document free of cost. However, if they want a hardbound version of it, if they want one that they can copy and paste from, that is at a charge because it is copyrighted material.
Will the online version have any edits that are made by the group or final product for the International Fire Code, or is it just their standard version?
No, what we are paying them to do is to write, to publish our code exactly as we amend it.
Okay, thank you.
So this part is for those of you who are in charge of regulated buildings, who operate buildings. That top left box, on that point, the facilities that are in service before the new fire code takes effect, before any regulation takes effect, they can continue in service even if they're not in strict conformity, unless the fire marshal's office determines that there's a distinct hazard inside of the building itself. That determination is appealable under the Administrative Procedure Act. Next, that statute 31-136 talks about exemptions. Written exemptions or variances are granted on written request that clearly demonstrates the unnecessary hardship that the code puts on the building owner, or either one, there's an unnecessary hardship on you, the building owner, or there's a new method or equipment of recognized advocacy that conforms to fundamental safety standards. That's that relief valve that I was mentioned earlier. Then there's appeal rights under the fire code. If fire marshal's office does something that you disagree on, you have 15 days from the notice of that code violation to submit it to the fire marshal's office. Either the fire marshal or office of administrative hearings judge would preside over that matter. Then 30 days it's a way to appeal and redress any grievance that you have. And finally, on that fourth and final point, the fire marshal's office has subpoena both powers when it comes to those hearings, those appeal hearings. Formal rules of pleadings and evidence don't necessarily apply. The big thing is we want to get down to it's not a courtroom drama like sort of thing. It's really meant to be a place where the most necessary information can be gathered, and a good picture of the issue can be painted. All right. What the adoption of the new code, any fire code, does in Kansas between the state and local municipalities and counties. Law that was 31-134B states that the code has uniform force and effect throughout Kansas. They say basically municipalities do not enact or enforce anything that's inconsistent. That same subsection has two express carve-outs that municipalities keep their power to regulate land use by zoning or fire district regulation and to prohibit or regulate fireworks within their boundaries. Now, the regulation, KAR 22-1-1, is a requirement that municipalities, when they modify a nationally recognized code, they submit a summary of those changes to the fire marshal's office, which the fire marshal's office then approves or rejects, must notify the municipality within 30 days of receipt of those amendment summaries. And when there's a dispute about whether a local amendment is consistent, then law provides, as well as another subsection of that regulation, that the fire marshal resolves it after a hearing of all interested parties, reviewable under the Judicial Act. It's a way for anyone involved to make a case about what the consistency or inconsistency and that determination is resolved. An operational point here, when the updated code goes into effect, existing local amendments are measured against the new baseline. There's going to probably be some solutions required, but our office past practice has approved several amendments that are different from the current fire code adopted. The fire marshal's office is very keen and working to make sure that those approvals are moved into the new code as much as possible, but to have it be workable as much as possible between the state and municipalities.
Jared, let's go ahead and we'll take 10 at this point, and let's come back in at 10 o'clock. Thank you. All right, let's go back in order here. And Jared, we'll let you continue, please.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So I'm curious, so on the previous slide, you've got reference to the KAR 22-1-1-A. It doesn't include the second provision of that, which speaks to the local board, their ability to make some amendments. So I wondered if maybe you could speak to kind of the Office of State Fire Marshal in right latitude that provision would allow for. That's the local board of appeals provision that I know several meetings to make code amendments. If that's something we need to come back to that time.
No, that's fine. Totally fine. I'm just trying to get something that's big enough for it. That regulation says that, when there's an alternate method of fire protection that's been approved by a local board of appeals as a substitute for strict compliance with code, the state code requirements, that's deemed to be in compliance with the Kansas Fire Prevention Code. So the local that subsection of the regulation provides for an approved local board of appeals provision, an alternate method of fire protection. It's considered in compliance.
Can I ask a question too? And this is just, this is outside of my wheelhouse. So, if a city or county wants to be more strict than state fire code, they have to go to you to get it approved? Is that what these local amendments are, or no?
If it's a modification of the code adopted, that if it's stricter, if it's building on top of it, it'll get approved, but it should still be submitted to the.
So you guys know what the code is?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So how the review process goes is, like, we'll say, for example, if the municipality or a county was adopting the 2018 fire code, they would provide the 2018 fire code, the original text would provide the modification and then their making. And the fire marshal's office compares that to what the current state code, 2006 year code is. If it's more strict, it'll be approved.
Are you guys approving it or acknowledging receipt
Sorry.
of it?
Proving that it's consistent with the fire code. No, the moment it's received by our office, the clock starts.
So say that, sorry, I'm trying to understand everything. So say that they want to be more strict, but say it's, I'm going to use this as an example. You can't, the state says you can't park 20 feet from a fire hydrant, but you want to make it 25 feet, but you just made up that number. Can you do that? Does it have to be in 2024 code for it to be approved? Okay. Okay.
Our concern with that would be if a city wanted to change that number in your example to 10 feet, and the state code would be 20 feet, just like any other state law or state regulation. The cities and counties can be stricter, more restrictive than state, but they can't be less restrictive. Our cities can't legalize marijuana.
So, probably a bad example. We adopt the 24 edition of the IFC with our amendments. When 27 comes out, if there's a jurisdiction that wants to adopt that, going back to the questions we heard, what is the official process and how do you determine, is it less stricter? The fact that it's a newer code, does that make it equally good, or you're truly going line by line between theirs and ours and validating?
Jack, if I may, I think that question is better addressed to our prevention staff. The way that process works is that it comes when that's received by our office, it goes to some of our folks who work in prevention or the subject matter experts who go through this. And so for now, we're looking at, let's say they take the 24 code, and we're looking at it versus the 06. And what we're simply doing is making sure that when we say that it's consistent, we're just ensuring that it's more restrictive and not less restrictive. But and then Jared, in his role, after they've already made those determinations, it's passed to him. He ensures that it's compliant with state law. He looks at it from the legal lens. And then, so he's not, I hate to say that you're not really involved in that code portion per se.
I'm not the subject matter expert on fire code, but I know a lot about the regulatory statutory advisor.
So most of those, and I'll call them first-class cities, have their own regulations, code enforcement. Therefore, they're probably not even really looking at the state code from an enforcement once it gets the approval, right? I mean, once Johnson County, Overland Park, Wichita goes through the process, adopts a new codes in most cases, it comes to you to say, hey, here's what we're doing. Fire marshal's office blesses it, and basically that's what has to be used in that jurisdiction, correct?
Until they want to change it again.
Agree.
Yeah.
But they're not going to grab, per se, the Kansas Fire Prevention Code if they have adopted the 2027 IFC that's been approved.
I guess a great example of this would be, if you don't mind, sorry. We don't have any jurisdictions that have adopted NFPA 1, which is the National Fire Protection Association's version of the fire code, right? That would be a lift, right? Because they're substantially different if we had. So because at least they're all within the International Fire Code, you'd be surprised at how close they still mirror one another. Look at the 06. They're in different places. The numbers might be different. They may be in different chapters, but the base protection and safety remain fairly close.
How often do you decline or disagree with something like this?
Well, the problem we have had more than that was, for a time, there was a disconnect between our office and our local agencies. Prior to my becoming fire marshal, there was some issues between our communication. So what we found was we had municipalities who weren't sending those in to be looked at. We had some that would, but we found others that didn't. So that has been challenging. And we had one recently that they realized they never had sent it to us. It's a fairly large city in Kansas. And they had approved twist locks on egress doors, for example, for those of you who understand the twist locks. And that's something that nationally is just not acceptable. So we do have those come up, but it's because that we just didn't, I think we didn't have that communication in place. I think now that we established that a lot better, and we're having those conversations. So hopefully it doesn't happen at all. Right?
And if I may, Chief, so we would get some that would be questioned. So it would go all the way to get requests for clarification, question the amendments, or we're inclined to not approve these. Sometimes it would be a verbiage thing to change the verbiage, and then fire marshal's office is okay with it. Sometimes it was more negotiation. We have to back off on something we wanted to do, a portion of that out. So that negotiation would take place when the process was working. And I'm sorry, but I do think and this may not be the time to dive into this, but I think what Danielle and Jack brought up are both very important, because from what I've seen, that's what has stalled previous code adoptions. So if you take the parking example, which actually does work, so that that paragraph B or section with the reg that Danielle let's say I'm in a scenario where, based on a specific street in our city, 20 is a problem, but 17 or 18 seems to be worse, so the local jurisdiction makes that call. Many of us have interpreted that is legal based on the way that statute is written, that we can make that kind of that variance in those situations, which I think kind of comes up for discussion. Another issue there was just as Jack was talking about, that if we were in a higher version of the code, there was a discussion of if it's different than the state's code, is that a variance, or is that just, is that less restrictive or more restrictive, or is it just the new code? We really never got that figured out as to what we agreed. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Sorry.
but here's our problem, right? So any regulation, in this case, KAR 22-1-1A, right, or 1, has to be based in statute. And I'm going to mess up, I believe it's KSA 31-136. No, the 136 that sets out, it's very specific in there that we cannot modify or allow a variance to the state fire code, which is therefore it's the minimum for the state. And it sets out 2 exceptions, and it sets out the process. So any regulation that we adopt has to be consistent with the law. So the idea that a local municipality can allow something below the state fire code portion would then be against what the state statute says. See what I'm saying? So I didn't make that statute. I think you went over it. Can you back up to it just so we can see that? So, and that's what we tried to, as we go through this, we're going to be talking about one of the ways we tried to capture that and allow it within the law, 136. So we're allowed to modify this. The state fire marshal is allowed to modify in 2 cases. One is unnecessary hardship, and the other one is bring new methods or equipment that basically do the same job, right, as what's in the code or the building code portion. So those are the only 2 reasons that we can adopt or allow that. And so what we're trying to do is, as we go through our package, is make sure that our process for that with those local groups meets this statute. Does that make sense? Because I understand what you guys want and I see the value of it. We just need to make sure that that process is consistent with state law.
And that KAR does reference that each alternative method of fire protection. So it does speak to one of those kind of 2 options. I think that's where it gets into some of the conversation of at the local level, is that local board of appeals able to say, yes, that's an appropriate alternative method, and we're letting you guys know that we've done that, or is it a request for approval? And I think there's some maybe discrepancies between those 2 interpretations.
I think people have read it different ways,
Sure.
right? But whenever we do that, we still have to fall back on the law. The law is the overriding. Robert can help me out with this, because I'm not a lawyer. I won't claim to be one. But so we have to look at that regulation that our office wrote in relation to the state law. So it doesn't anywhere in state law mention local planning groups or give them any authority. It just gives that authority to the state fire.
And I think that's consistent with the law. What you've got is instances where there's a local code, someone sees a local variance, they go to the Board of Appeals and they get it. That decision by the Board of Appeals in that case by case matter, I think, is deemed compliant with the fire code. Justice, you grant your variance is your exception number 136. Those are case by case also, but those decisions are still deemed consistent with the fire code. But I think it's just a local mirror of the statewide process.
It's just the issue becomes if they want to go below,
right,
or
well,
do away with a portion of the state fire code.
Right, I agree, and I think what like this, that subsection B in the ratification, I think those are case by case things. I don't think those are overall changes to the code. Those are where they submit that approval process. So it's whether it's one instance or a code change, well, which one you do.
So for clarification, help me understand. Kansas is a home rule state, correct? So therefore, if they submit their codes and standards they want to adopt, and our office approves it, our marshal's office approves it, they should be able to run their city and do whatever they're going to do based on that. If they have a code of appeals and they want to deviate, let them handle that. That's their city, right? And we're not going in there to do inspections. We're not doing any of that, right? Let them manage it.
For the most part, but we still have to have minimum standards. And so the issue becomes there, and yes, it's a home rule state, but matters that have uniform force and effect throughout the state are not subject to home rule. So if you'll notice in there, the statute, the way it's written, is very specific in that matter. And so in that way, a local jurisdiction cannot exempt themselves from the state fire code. If that wasn't in there, the county could say, we're just going to exempt ourselves from it altogether, but they can't. It has effect throughout the state. Cities and counties can build on it, but it is there as the minimum standard.
But in general, by you approving what they have said is going to be their body, you're saying it meets the minimum.
Yeah, and we usually don't get involved in that. Then once we've done that, they run things. It's only if something comes up where that approved portion, or if they act in a way that's inconsistent, that we have an issue.
And I only bring that up from representing my engineer peers. When we go to design a building, we typically go to that jurisdiction. What are the codes and standards you've adopted? What are we following? And now I don't want to try to juggle their fire code against the state fire code. I would expect that coordination would have been done behind the scenes. And we can just go to Wichita and say, hey, how do we do business? What's my codes and standards? And let them manage it.
And I will say that in this process, in the packages you guys are going to go through, we have worked very diligently to make sure that we're incorporating, especially Wichita, those portions in the minimum where dips below what the IFC has. We've incorporated those to try to deal with those issues. And we'll, I think, discuss that more as we go through the process.
So an updated code and a code that accommodates goes a long ways to solve that interpretation, practice, KSA issue. That's, and I do see it has been two separate issues. One has been the battle to try to get a state code up to speed, and it's been stalled by a lot of discussion associated with that, such a gap. But then there also is the piece of that interpretation of ensuring that we have one state code that's the state code period dot that everyone's following, or we have local approved codes that we are clear on what that variance or what that interpretation is.
And this is standard practice with states. I mean, Florida is a great example. That in their case, they have adopted a statewide fire code, but municipalities are allowed to become more strict. Same sort of matter, right? And then when the municipality adopts something that's more strict, they have to file that stricter portion with the state fire marshal's office. It's actually publicly available. Things like that. So, we'll work through that portion. Really, this is, well, it's a great conversation. It's outside of really what we're here at least today to do, which is we need to focus on those packages. And when we get to the second and third meeting, when we start talking about how we implement, enforce, and make recommendations to the legislature, that's really where I think those portions we can talk more about those. Is that fair? Okay.
Thank you for
there's really just one last slide for me and some closing housekeeping bits. Going off of what Mr. Franklin just said, like the road from here there's two different tracks, but the code itself, 2024 fire code, that's the big one in the focus right now. Code itself, August 15th is where the task force recommendations are going to, that's the date for recommendations from the task force, the amendments enter regulatory review, so the amendment of the regulation that's not code is get submitted into that long process with all those circles that you remember, that promulgation process. Around late August into September is when the early input notice is going to go out from the fire marshal's office, and then thereafter then the Department of Administration review. September to January will include when the Attorney General's office reviews the adopted code, the regulation that adopts it for its legality, as well as the 120-day statutory sealing or notice and public comments occurs. Winter and the spring, probably the 60 days. Oh, sorry. It's reasonable that it's like probably going to be winter and spring on the 60-day comment period. Publications are running, and the public hearing for public input will occur. That the formal adoption of the regulations will happen, and prior to that formal adoption will be when the legislative ratification will need to occur. That thereafter the regulations will be authenticated and published. Now, track B up there is the periodic review requirements, because this adoption of code has a statutory requirement to be reviewed. So September 30th this year will be when the fire marshal's office will release reports on enforcement, training, and implementations. And November 30th is the final report that our office was submitted to the governor and legislature. Track B really is about preventing another 15-year freeze in code that we're experiencing right now. It's also the natural vehicle if ratification turns out to be required. So there's some points up there on that slide about arithmetic. Realistic effective date of the code is around 2027. It's not pessimism at all. It's just arithmetic. The 60-day notice period can't be until the Department of Administration and the Attorney General's office have signed all custom legality and form as the releases and publishers have purchased for targets. So, but one last bit of housekeeping as well, too. I should have said earlier. But, as far as the task force goes, Section 5 of the executive order requires that a meeting here for the next couple of days, and go as a task force meeting. You're subjected both to the Open Records Act and Open Meetings Act of Kansas. So this is an open meeting. Things that are discussed are open records. So the meetings that you're conducting here are open to the public. They've been noticed to the public properly. The records generated are presented to the public. And practically, that means two things for you all. Emails and documents that you exchange about task force business are subject to disclosure. The majority of the membership should discuss things of task force business outside notice meeting, including through like a chain of emails. Just wanted to put you all out there that open meetings and open records does apply to the just so that way you don't cause some issues. That brings us to the development.
So did the legislation specifically say we're to look at the 2024 IFC? The reason why I question that, the 2027 IFC will probably be printed because the ICC is having their last round of meetings pretty quick. And once the annual meeting, whatever is documented is approved. So is there any opportunity to consider, because the verbiage, I don't think there's going to be a lot of changes in 24 and 27. And could we not simply do that and be a little more proactive? Because even when we hit the street, we're already 3 years behind.
You can, what you lose is that you'll have, the fire marshal's office will have to prepare an economic impact statement that will have to go off the budget or the approval process under our office. So, and also, there is no statutory time limit on review by our office. So it's, the value of the 24 is it has a somewhat faster review process at the agency level. Nothing stops this happens from recommending 27. Our marshal's office is going that way. Just doesn't get any of the carve outs to the rules and regulations act that exists.
So what exists, you said the economic study, what does that really entail? What effort is involved in doing that? And when does it cost me too much money win over safety?
And I'll tell you, the economic impact statement the last time revised code presented statement alone about cost on communities, on regulated entities, municipalities, code enforcement, new implementations. You're supposed to engage all stakeholders on the cost of the impact. So it's, for something like this, a statewide fire code.
So we just be going around and around and around. And by the time we get that done, then another one can start. We have to go back and start it over again. That's kind of where we get stuck.
How can we fix that?
Well, that is part of this group also looking at that. And that will be in our second and third meetings we need to talk about. And that's one of the things the governor has asked to do is find the answer to how do we stop ourselves from being stuck. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this group comes up with. But yeah, trying to determine the cost over a 5-year period for a code that you start thinking about how wide that goes, 1.3 million buildings in the state and all the different things and all the construction, it gets insane. So that was one of the things we asked was, hey, I guarantee that the limit for the legislature to vote on it from that, the only thing that cost thing does is the legislature votes on it is $1 million over 5 years. And I will certify, no matter what we pass, that it's going to have an economic impact to the state far more than $1 million, no matter what, over that time. I think we were talking about there's roughly $12 billion in construction in the state each year. And you can easily, when you look at the numbers, 20% of that is based around code compliance. So
I think though too on that, you also could have cost savings. And it's hard to understand that because I can tell you from our industry, we do a hospital 2018 code, that's what the Manhattan has, but then the fire marshal comes through and it's 2006 and things are contradicting each other. And so then you have to you gotta call your company and go get a new PE stamp and all of that kind of stuff. So I think that those are kind of some of the things that there are cost savings potentially with this as well.
and you'll find that in some of our areas we've looked at, I think did a good job. Very proud of what our staff put together on the reasonableness and looking at where are those places, cost versus benefit of different things that building owners have to do versus the benefit of that. So we'll talk through those, but I think there's
right. Any other questions? Comments?
You'll be in the room all day.
Yes, I will.
He'll be here for
all 3 days.
Today, he'll be here as long as we're here. So
thank you all.
All right. Well, based on that, you will turn to RP01. in your binder.
No, we're going through
Oh,
the process.
Okay, just a minute.
Sorry, part of the process was that we went around to like around the state. I appreciate that. Was there receptivity of that? Were there people that showed up to those events? Feedback on that?
But we had a lot of feedback. We built feedback in. It was very good. And overall, people, I will say they're very supportive of the need to update this, right? And there were also things that our agency was doing that needed to change. We're cognizant that we make a lot of changes last year and trying to be more customer friendly, trying to work with people more flexibility as much as we can. What we tell our staff is, we try to find a way to guess. There are times where we can't. There's times where we end up with the person who wants to have to take one building and have half of it set up for 1,000 people for concerts and stuff like that, and then they want to put a plywood wall up. The other half, they want to store vehicles and RVs in it next to that with a plywood wall between them, no fire alarm, no fire sprinkler system. No, those are incompatible, right? So, but for the most part, we really are able to work with people. We have very few appeals, and it's been very good, and complaints have dropped off a lot. So I'm sorry, I don't know if that was your answer, but that kind of.
I just appreciate the one time that engage when they have.
Yeah. Would I have preferred more engagement? Yes, right. But we did those 10. Then we also did a separate one just with the building officials. And then we had 2 full day sessions for the fire service to talk to the fire marshals, fire chiefs, to give feedback. So we've taken a great amount of that in what you're going to see here. I will tell you that there are disagreements across the state. The view from South Central Kansas and the view from Northeast Kansas in our metro areas on some things is different, and that's caused some issues within the fire service. Let me put it that way. But we're just trying to find what that reasonable minimum is and move forward so that we don't have any issues. Hopefully, when we do this, we won't have any of those issues where we're a city that's needing to dip down below because we've identified where those are.
So before we dive in, I assume we're getting ready to start on RP1.
Yes.
No.
Oh, I apologize. No. Oh, I jumped, didn't I?
Don't throw me into RP.
Okay, no, we're not ready to argue. I apologize. Molly, why don't you tell us what you're going to speak about? Because I think I missed that on our.
So this portion of the presentation is going to discuss, I guess, what is fire code, how the fire code is developed, and kind of give a little bit of an introduction and background to both the ICC codes of the International Code Council and the NFPA, or National Fire Protection Association. So some of you in here are very intimately familiar with NFPA codes, with ICC codes. Some of you may not have nearly as much experience. So for those that do not live, breathe, and see code in their sleep, we wanted to kind of give a little bit more information to get a little bit more familiar with what it is that we are talking about. But like I said, this portion, we're going to go over what is model code, what is the difference between a code and a standard, how the codes and standards work together, how they're developed, and talk about the International Code Council and the National Fire Protection Association. I know it is a common thing for people to assume that our building codes and our fire codes are written by government entities behind closed doors. In reality, they're developed by nonprofit organizations through an open consensus process that we will be talking about as well. So what is model code? Model code is a comprehensive set of rules, guidelines, and regulations that establish the minimum acceptable level of safety for buildings and occupants. The term model signifies that the code serves as a recommended framework created by a non-governmental body. When adopted by a local, state, or federal government agency, a model code becomes enforceable law. So our model codes tell us what it is that we need to do, what it is that needs to be done. They do not provide the technical details of how to do it. These codes are adopted by jurisdictions either exactly as written or like what we are trying to do. Jurisdictions make amendments that will address local conditions. So, an example, the IFC, or the International Fire Code, will tell us when a sprinkler system is required, when a fire alarm system is required, what occupancy limits are allowed, and how hazardous materials may be stored. They don't tell us all of the intricate details about what it is that those requirements are, how to install the etc. On the opposite side, Mark did say something about it earlier. NFPA 1, or the National Fire Protection Association, 1 is their version of the fire code. So examples that I've got listed up there of what a model code is would be the International Fire Code, International Building Code, NFPA 1 Fire Code, and NFPA 101 Life Safety Code. So code versus standard. You're going to hear people use code and standard interchangeably. They are actually two different things. As I said, our code tells us what it is, and it establishes the minimum legal requirements. But our standards are the how. Standards provide detailed technical information that is needed to comply with the legal requirements that is referenced in the code. So how codes reference standards? To ensure that the most effective practices are utilized, model codes often incorporate additional documentation created by other nationally recognized organizations. These are known as reference standards. Our reference standards contain detailed technical information related to design, installation, and performance requirements. Once cited in the body of a model code, these standards become enforceable parts of the code and are identified by their publication year, as listed in the back of your model code. Instead of rewriting the technical specifications, the code directs users to comply with an external standard. For example, the IFC, the International Fire Code, is our model code that is adopted by state law. If within the IFC it requires a certain type of facility to be equipped with an automatic sprinkler system, it will then reference NFPA 13, the standard for the installation of sprinkler systems. NFPA 13 is our reference standard that provides the detailed technical information on design, installation, and acceptance testing of that sprinkler system. Some brief information on the ICC, or the International Code Council. It was formed in 1994 through the merger of other regional code organizations. The goal of that was to create a single coordinated family of model codes that could be adopted nationwide. The international codes, you'll hear them called I-codes, you'll hear them referred to as ICC codes. They cover nearly every aspect of building safety. Because they are developed together, they are designed to work as an integrated system. The International Building Code, the IBC, addresses structural and occupancy requirements. The International Fire Code, the IFC, focuses on fire prevention, hazardous materials, fire protection. In total, there are 15 core ICC codes that range, like we talked about, the IBC, the Building Code, the International Fire Code. We have our International Mechanical Code, International Fuel Gas Code. The coordinated nature of these ICC codes helps reduce conflict between different technical disciplines and provides consistency for architects, engineers, contractors, and code officials. Like some NFPA documents, the I-codes, or the ICC codes, are model code documents. They become enforceable only after adoption by state or local jurisdiction. The NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, was founded in 1896 and has been developing fire and life safety code documents for more than a century. The NFPA is a nonprofit organization that brings together experts from many different groups and many different stakeholders. We develop the NFPA develops more than 300 code documents and synthesis code documents, covering basically every aspect of fire protection and life safety. Some of these are the model codes, NFPA 1, Fire Code, NFPA 101, Life Safety Code. Many of the others are the highly specialized standards that we spoke about. As we said before, NFPA 13, the standard for installation of sprinkler systems, provides the detailed technical requirements for those sprinkler systems. There's over 300 codes. I included just a couple on there. I really wanted to put together a slide that just had all of them listed out, but then anywhere in the room. While NFPA publishes both codes and standards, they become legally enforceable only after they are adopted by a jurisdiction or incorporated by reference into another adopted code. So how do the ICC and the NFPA work together? These two code giants are complementary. They are not competing entities. The IFC, the International Fire Code, established broad regulatory requirements for fire prevention and life safety. Rather than attempting to reproduce the hundreds and thousands of pages of technical installation requirements, the International Fire Code incorporates many different NFPA standards by reference. This relationship between the two code giants also avoids duplication of technical material and allows subject matter experts to continually improve specialized standards without requiring every model code to rewrite those provisions. Professionals often participate in both ICC and NFPA committees, helping ensure coordination and consistency between the different organizations. So now, who develops these codes? One of the greatest strengths of both the ICC and the NFPA is the diversity of expertise involved in developing their documents. No single profession writes the code. Instead, this process brings together individuals representing a very wide range of perspectives. Fire officials can contribute operational experience. Engineers provide technical analysis. Architects address design consideration. Manufacturers offer product expertise. And public representatives ensure that broader societal interests are also considered. This balanced participation helps produce practical, technically sound requirements that can be implemented across a wide variety of jurisdictions and different occupancies. The openness of the process also means that anyone, including state agencies, local governments, industry organizations, or even individual citizens, may submit proposals or comments for stand by. You're plugged in down here, but I don't know where I am.
While we're working that out, let's go ahead and take 10 and come back in at 10:55, please. I can waste my money if I want. Got a few more minutes. Unless. We'll get everyone back. We'll get started again. Thank you, Molly. Thank you. You know, you have to love technology. It's a wonderful thing when it works. Right? It just never fails. There's the more you add, the more complex, the more points of failure. So.
It happens. At least I didn't like take all of it here, so we're good. So the consensus code development process for both the ICC and the NFPA. The codes and standards are developed through a transparent consensus process, either managed by one of the code giants, depending on the author of the book. Stakeholders from the groups listed on the previous slide submit proposals and participate in hearings. Committees then review and vote on changes, and the process includes formal appeals sprinkled throughout it. The ICC, the International Code Council, updates the I-codes on a 3-year cycle through a structured, transparent process. The NFPA does also follow a similar development process.
Molly, a point to note, the ICC process, the only people that vote on proposals and comments are code officials, AHJs and building officials, which is different than the NFPA process. Member can vote on the code adoption process at NFPA.
That's good information, thank you. So why does this development process matter? The consensus process is the foundation of public confidence in our modern building and fire codes. Because no single organization or industry controls this process, the resulting requirements reflect broad agreement among experts with different perspectives. This transparency encourages trust. Proposed changes are discussed openly, supported by research and technical data, and they are debated before they ever become part of the code. This process also helps to reduce unintended consequences, as a proposal that appears beneficial to one group may create enforcement challenges or excessive costs for another. By bringing many voices to the table, committees can identify these issues early and refine the language before adoption. Another benefit is national consistency, as manufacturers can then design products to meet one set of widely accepted requirements, and contractors can work across multiple states with fewer differences. Inspectors can rely on established interpretation and educational resources. Building and fire codes are much more than regulatory documents. They represent
decades of collaboration among engineers, architects, fire officials, researchers, contractors, manufacturers, government representatives, and more. Understanding how these documents are developed builds confidence in the code development process and highlights why nationally recognized model codes continue to serve as the foundation for public safety across the country. I will also be here all 3 days if anybody has any questions on any of that. I'm going to pass the mic to Amanda.
Thank you, Molly.
I promise I am going to wrap up the slide portion of this, and we will get to the recommendation package here pretty shortly. One of the questions that we get asked pretty frequently as part of this process is why are we not doing what we have done in the past, which is just take these model code documents and adopt them as they are. Nearly every state amends or adopts a model code in some way. And that is historically what we have done, is we've adopted a model code into our regulation, but then we also adopt additional regulations and additional statutes. And what ends up happening is we have a model code document that is intact. And if you were, as a business owner or a member of the public, were to go out to the ICC or NFPA, you can pull up and you can review the most current document. The problem is that document is not going to show you the exceptions that are out there and the amendments that are out there within statute and regulation. And so unless you specifically knew that those statutes and regulations exist, you're going to believe that the code document that you're looking at is the code document that you have to follow. So Kansas has the unique opportunity to be able to create a comprehensive Kansas Fire Code that integrates all of our statutes, our regulations, and the modifications that are distinctly unique to Kansas. And a lot of that reflects within our rural communities. So what we're going to be going over and what we're going to be looking at over the next several days is some of those modifications. Outside of the statutes and regulations and outside of incorporating those into the fire code, the actual modifications themselves make up less than 10% of the code document itself. So what Molly was just talking about, the experts, the process that codes take to end up being included within those national versions, those are still 90% intact. The things that we're looking at changing are the things that are very specific to Kansas. Again, we're going to talk about a lot of those as we go into the recommendation packages, but some things to consider that are happening in the background, if you will. One of the things that is key to this is understanding that the Kansas Fire Code does not apply to buildings that are used fully as 1- and 2-family dwellings. And that is a very distinct and clarifying point, because we routinely run into questions, comments, and concerns regarding how this applies to 1- and 2-family homes. It does not apply to 1- and 2-family homes. The other portion of this is the Kansas Fire Code will not apply to nursing homes and hospitals that are regulated under Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. They are going to retain under the 2012 edition of NFPA 101, the Life Safety Code, because the federal government is the ultimate authority having jurisdictions over those facilities. We do have a couple nursing homes that in Kansas that do not fall under Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. They are absorbed within the Kansas Fire Code at that point because they are state regulated only. Some other intentions, we currently have residential board and care, which are we commonly refer to them as our assisted living and our Home Plus facilities. They are currently also regulated under NFPA 101 Life Safety Code. We are looking at incorporating them into the Kansas Fire Code so that we have one document that can be utilized for both our staff at the State Fire Marshal's Office, but also our local jurisdictions. Because I believe we talked earlier,
this morning that many of our local jurisdiction partners do not have NFPA 101 adopted as part of their local rules and regulations. And oftentimes as we go out and we're doing plan review and inspections, we try to enter into agreements with our local jurisdiction partners in order to reduce some of that duplication. And if our local jurisdiction partners are already doing the inspections, they are already doing the plan review, then they can submit those records to us for record keeping purposes. We can mark off that it's been inspected and there's no need for an additional inspection. The problem behind that is if we have a local jurisdiction that is inspecting and they are inspecting to a completely different code, then we run into inconsistencies. So trying to pull those codes in and utilize one source document, that is the intent. And we are doing that with residential board and care facilities. We are doing that with propane, which is currently under NFPA 58. Flammable and combustible fuels, we are currently enforcing NFPA 30 and 30A. And explosives currently under NFPA 495. And again, same issues have existed where we're going out and we are enforcing these particular NFPA standards, and we have local jurisdictions that are going out and they are enforcing ICC standards on these facilities. So in an effort to bring them into one document, we are looking at consolidating those code requirements into the Kansas Fire Code. And then lastly is the family child care homes. And these are our home daycares. Currently, as these exist for several decades, because they are located in 1 and 2 family dwellings, and as I stated earlier, we don't have authority over 1 and 2 family dwellings, but the Kansas Office of Early Childhood, formerly KDHE Child Care, they have regulations that in order to open a home daycare and operate a home daycare, you have to have a fire inspection. Well, that created some issues. And now we have one agency that's saying we need a fire inspection, and we have another agency that's limited and we didn't have scope of authority. So at that time, like I said, decades ago, KDHE and our office entered into an agreement to enforce what we call the Fire and Life Safety Agreement. And it's a 2-page document, and it has a listing of minimal code requirements that a family child care home would have to have in place, such as smoke detection, minimum exits. All of that exists within this agreement. While it's loosely based upon code, from a legal standpoint, we wouldn't be able to pinpoint or point to a specific code document and say, 901.2 is the requirement that you have to follow, because that requirement does not exist. So one of the things that in talking with the Kansas Office of Early Childhood is making sure that we have consistent guidance that is legally defensible regarding what is required within our family child care homes. So that has been incorporated into this document as well. So again, go ahead.
So my feeling on all 6 of these or 5 of these is I think it creates tremendous confusion. And if there are specific requirements, why don't we drive them through, and I'll say other regulations. Mark and I just kind of talked about this while we were in the press group, about our state. If we adopt the fire code and keep it as clean as possible, as little edits as possible, and if there are special regulations, like I get it with CMS, that one's hard and fast. But these others, have we really looked into taking the board and care and say, hey, we want to follow 101? If you look at the IFC, I think you're going to find minimal differences with the IFC about how they have to be regulated, board and care, than you would with 101. And you can say the same for all of them.
And so I think actually what you're saying, I agree 100%, because what we're doing currently, we're stuck with, for some reason, in 2011, we moved away from the fire code and adopted 101 separately. This puts us on a completely different standard than our local agencies that are going out and they're going in underneath the International Fire Code and inspecting, we're enforcing NFPA 101. So all these examples she's giving are where we are taking those areas and we are going into the International Fire Code so that we are consistent with our local agencies. So
No,
we're
they're
doing away with
enforcing
all
the
those.
IFC requirements. They're not enforcing 101.
Well,
They're not enforcing the fire and life safety agreement.
Exactly, that's the problem. That's the problem, is because they're doing something different than we are. So we're gonna go, what we're doing is doing away with those. We're gonna go to the IFC, and that's what we'll enforce also. This is current practice. We're getting out of that.
But if you're removing chapter 11 from the IFC, you're not enforcing the IFC.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so chapter 11's existing buildings, and then we also have that statutory piece where we cannot dictate for existing structures. It's in statute. So there's another example of where we have to modify the regulation because we have an overriding statute that tells us what our authority is.
Well, you're trying to do that by some of your changes to 102.4 by giving you authority whenever you feel conditions and factors warrant it.
Well, let's
And,
wait till
and I understand that.
let's
but-
wait till we get there and we can talk about that. But let's, if you don't mind, so that we're not confusing issues. So as I understand so you understand that we're getting away from NFPA 101 being our code. Right now,
you're taking the requirements out of 101 and you're replacing the IFC stuff with the 101 requirements in every one of these scenarios. You're pulling stuff directly out of the other documents that you guys have been using instead of going with the code of the IFC.
So yes, in a way, we're taking pieces, but those pieces, for example, Kylie can talk to the NFPA 101 allows your residential board of cares that a 1 or 2 family home to be changed over to residential conditions without having to put a sprinkler system in. So that we're not a burden on her industry, we continued that process through. We're trying to make sure if we do this, we're being reasonable. We're not grabbing those portions to replace everything. We're just trying to make sure that we're consistent.
The IFC has provisions for existing buildings and enforcement. And speaking specifically in nursing homes, look across the country and how many fires we've had in nursing homes. It's a big deal. There should be at some point, depending on other features, and there are features 101A, where you can do a performance alternative. But these requirements, I mean, look at the history that's gone into the development of the IFC. I mean, Molly just talked about that process and all the different stakeholders and all the documentation that's got to be proven before any section gets modified. I mean, I get it, what we're trying to do, but it seems like some of the things that we're adding, it waters everything down too much. I mean, I hate to be that blunt, but that's my feeling. I mean, I've spent a lot of time going through every word of these documents. So
I think as we go through as we go through those, I think we can talk specifically about those pieces. I understand what you're saying in general, but I don't want to bog us down having that overall conversation when we can deal with the specifics. I'm sorry, Chris.
So procedurally then, so by removing chapter 11 here, so procedurally, we as a jurisdiction, we would be able to still adopt that locally and use that, and then if we adopt actually the IEBC, we adopt that entire code as well, which chapter 11 kicks you then into that. Now, and then part of the question would be, if I'm adopting that above and beyond, but now if I make amendments to that chapter, where does that put me with you all? With that, since I'm adopting it, am I free to do that as I will, or do I still have to get your approval for something less restrictive with the code? Kind of just how will you see that?
All modifications to the code have to And if you modify it, we still need to look at it.
And that would. make
However,
sense, so we
we're
don't
just gonna
violate
make sure that it doesn't, that it's not inconsistent. We don't have more local that where you say you can do something and we say we can't, right? That's the only issue we have. That's the only place we're just trying to stay that consistency. Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So we are going to move into our recommendation packages. This is just an overview. It kind of gives you an idea. We're going to be going over 14 different recommendation packages. We have different subject matter experts that are going to come up and talk to you amongst all of them. And we will go ahead and start with recommendation package 01. You guys will all have copies of that in your binder. And I do not plan to read these. Rather, I'm going to information, and then each of them have an appendix section, which includes some of the existing language as well as the language that has been altered or modified, and we will go through those. As you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand. So,
Amanda, question real quick.
yes,
Is these 14 items in all the reference code sections the only changes that are being proposed to the fire code?
no.
No.
So according to our duty per the order, we're supposed to review everything. So are we gonna have the opportunity to review all changes or not?
So what we have done is grabbed all changes that are not administrative. So for example, the definition of fire code official in the code matches what the state statute says fire code official means, right? So because that's set by state law and this group can't modify that at all, then we did not include that as it goes all the way through the document, for example. But anything that deals with the actual life safety or changes with that is here. So we didn't include, you guys are not giving us, I mean, you don't have to say that it's the Kansas State Fire Code, the name of it, right? That's a change, those sort of things. I'm sorry, Danielle.
I do have a question though. So you brought up kind of the fire code official. The changes that were made to that language though indicate that the fire chief is appointed by a governing body, which doesn't align with the form of government that across Kansas have. That is a pretty big deal. And so some of those sorts of things that have been identified, what's the point in this process where we can say, hey, I think that needs to be looked at because there's one person in a lot of communities that are appointed by the governing body, and that's chief administrative officer, not the fire chief.
Yep, and so in the second and third meetings, when we start talking about some of those issues, right, of maybe aligning statute with current practice, I agree. We have a lot of these statutes that have been in place since 1913 and modified in just different ways. We have a statute that says that you are supposed to walk into our office and you should be able to get a paper copy of the report of any fire that's occurred in the state of Kansas. It doesn't exist. We need those. We don't have those, right? But at one point in 1910 or whatever, that sounded reasonable, right? So just to give you an idea, we have those pieces, and I think I want us to go through those, but know that what we're dealing with right now is we have to do it within the law as we have it. Well, no one here has control over what those statutes say.
Can we as a group see the global changes to the IFC? And I understand we're not gonna go line by line by line, or we'd be here until past my retirement. But I think it would be helpful because there are gonna be some nuances of how cities are set up, how their offices are set up, that it may appear that it's just an administrative change. It isn't gonna matter, but it may matter at the end of the day.
Sure, we do that. Those,
And I know they're huge. I write them for Wichita, so.
yeah, we will talk with ICC because we're talking about their copyrighted documents and distributing those. I'm sure we can get permission to do something like that. We are in the midst of it, and we should have a copy of that next week that we can send out.
All right, recommendation package 1 deals with the existing alterations and.
Hey, Amanda,
Yes.
for some reason it jumped to 3 on
I'm
it.
so sorry.
Nope, it's all right.
No, it's
Didn't
just
want
going off on its own. So again, recommendation package 1 deals with existing alterations and new construction and the requirements that are basically incorporating statutes, regulations that deal with construction and consolidating them into the Kansas Fire Code. Historically, as our infrastructure ages, being able to deal with making modifications and updates to those existing buildings has been difficult. One of the problems that we have experienced is that there is no clear definition currently within the Kansas Fire Prevention Code as to when a modification to a building requires full code compliance. We have internal guidance, we have construction plan submittal guidance documents that are out there that state that there is a 50% rule, that there is nothing that is adopted within the Kansas Fire Prevention Code itself that regulates this. We do not have and we do not plan to adopt the international existing building code, but we have taken portions of that document and built it into the Kansas Fire Code to help identify alteration levels to make that a little bit more clear and consistent across the state. Some other issues that we have with some of our existing regulations is that, again, they are decades old, and the change in our culture and the businesses that have expanded, it simply does not, the regulations out there for when a construction document is required to be submitted are no longer hitting some of those community risk buildings that we need to be focused on. A prime example of that is our downtown revitalization that has taken over not only here in the state, but nationally, dealing with a lot of historic buildings and utilizing second story space that was never intended to be utilized as residential units and turning those into small apartments. That has been a struggle because our current regulations do not require that those facilities submit code footprint documents to our office. And so we're never aware that they are being built because our regulations don't require that they submit the document. And oftentimes we don't become aware until somebody has filed a complaint. And then we are going in after the fact and saying, hey, you should have installed a fire alarm system. You were required to install a sprinkler system. These are all conversations that we don't like to have because we understand that some of those costs could have been reduced and mitigated had we identified that those were issues at the beginning of the project, not after the project had already ended. So some of the changes that you will see reflect that type of change. Another one is event centers where they are popping up across the state. Sometimes they're, barns that have been converted into event centers. There have Station Nightclub is a really good example of what can happen when you have a beverages. And so, again, our current regulations on code footprint submittals do not require that an assembly occupancy submit documents to our office until they have over 2,000 occupants. Yet a fire alarm system and a sprinkler system is required at anywhere from 100 occupants to 300 occupants. So there is a disconnect between what we have been required to be submitted to us and what is being built and constructed within our communities. Some of the provisions, if we turn to Appendix A, looking at 102.4. This is one of a clarifying piece that we have added, and that deals with the International Building Code. Currently, KAR 22-1-3 has its own, it has the International Building Code adopted as a standalone document. The intent behind that, and you find that in statute, is that the Kansas State Fire Marshal's Office, in terms of construction, has authority over making sure facilities are safe in terms of egress, exiting, and fire protection systems. Nowhere in that statutory authority does it say that we are the building code official. But by us having a standalone International Building Code adopted, over the years, that has been misunderstood. And so we have a statement in there now that basically states that the International Building Code is adopted, but it's only adopted in terms of being able to execute the Kansas Fire Code itself. So in terms of new construction, where it talks about if you're going to build this type of occupancy, it needs to be built according to this construction type, and you would be able to reference that through the International Building Code. But we, as the state fire marshal, wouldn't be utilizing the International Building Code to say, review and determine compliance with plumbing requirements or HVAC requirements, because that does not fall under the purview of the state fire marshal's office. That falls under the purview of a local building official. And so we've put some information in there where it's very clear that our intent is to enforce the Kansas Fire Code. We will use the International Building Code as a enhance it to support it, but we are not the building code.
So Amanda, that would just be similar to the same that
Correct.
and those references.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, there is no Kansas building code. So that's always a, go ahead. Chad.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chad.
When you talk about 102.4, on level 3 alterations, identify the level 3 alterations apply where the work area exceeds 50% of the building. Is there going to be any provision in place for that situation where you identify a pattern of they do it in phases, say 20% at a time, to try to skirt that rule?
Can I put you on hold for just a minute? We haven't got there yet. So let me put you on hold for a minute. We'll get there. Jack, did you have a question?
Yeah, so if you start at the beginning of section 102, it talks about applicability. Can I assume that 102.1 and 102.2 are not changing at all? And same with 102.3?
Correct.
Because it says existing structures, facilities and additions were required in chapter 11. That's a requirement. I mean, there is some provisions in there. I'm just trying to understand what we're changing. And the problem that I see with changing 102.4 and not saying we're adopting the building code, and what you just said, Amanda, those that don't have a building official and are trying to build a building out in any place other than a first-class city has no criteria of how to build that building.
Correct.
Well, why can't we leave the way it's worded? It at least gives them some direction, because yeah, our fire code by reference would then adopt it. And what I heard from
Because we don't
Jared
have the
earlier,
statutory authority to adopt a state building code. And that's what we would be doing by doing that.
so in one of Jared's slides, he said, we adopted the 2006 edition of the IBC. When did that go away?
No, what we have done is they've said that if a building is built to the 2006 edition of the IBC, it's considered to be in compliance with the fire code. That's what it says. It is not, we do not have a statewide fire code, a building code. I'm sorry.
It just seems like the changes we're making is leaving a lot of gaps on how to do business.
We can only work within the legislative and the legal area we're in. And the state legislature at different times has debated whether they should have a statewide building code, and they've decided not to do so.
Mark, I'm kind of curious,
Go ahead.
IBC is adopted in 22.1.3, the 2006 edition. including the appendices, it includes references in chapter 35, so certain NFPAs could be, 2000 IBC is adopted state law. By regulation.
And in its entirety, not just the chapters 9 and 10.
No, it's currently adopted in its entirety. I think, but that's what we are trying to clarify here, is that because it was adopted, it gave the impression that we are building code officials in these communities that do not have something adopted. And ours, and that, what we're talking about is a regulation that was adopted. So we have the International Building Code under 22.1.3 that's a standalone adoption. But the statute that gives us the authority, the statute itself does not give us the authority to act as a building code official. And so that's what we're trying to modify here, is that the statute does not give us that authority to act as a building code official. It gives us the authority to act as a fire code official.
You don't want us acting as the building code official.
Correct.
For Wichita or Central County, right? So.
Don't need to, because that's a first-class city, and they have their own rules and regulations. What we're worried about is those unincorporated, non-first-class cities. Right? And just because doesn't mean don't enforce it, but at least give the people that want to build something some guidelines of how to build it. What's the criteria?
Here's why you would be assumed to be the building official when you're not. I mean, you are the state fire office, and that's pretty obvious to people. So why do you need to eliminate the requirement for the IBC? It's just sort of, sounds like it's in response to being expected to do something that never was in your job description anyway. So I'm not sure why you have to own that and then try to change the regulation to make that clear. It seems like all you have to do is just tell them that's not your job, right? There's no expectation for you to be a building official inherent in the language as it was written originally, right?
Correct. It's how it is perceived when facilities, communities look at expanding. Oftentimes things are built regardless of the National Building Code being there now.
Sure, but
things are not towards that, okay? But because we have it adopted, and because we do have regulatory authority over all places where people live, work, congregate, they have now built something. We may be called in to go in and inspect, whatever the case may be, and then we end up being the bearers of the bad news, basically stating that we have an existing non-compliant. And then the questions start rolling in as, why weren't we involved from the get-go? It ends up costing a lot of money. And so while I don't believe our response would be appropriate to say it's not my job. We want to make sure that we are doing the right thing and making sure that we are doing right by our citizens and our business owners in terms of making sure it's very clear this is what our regulatory authority is, and the regulations that we have adopted match that.
I get that, and I don't mean to be disrespectful about your sense of responsibility, so I get that for sure. I guess I was just thinking that it does introduce some confusing language for how to interpret the requirements. If you're the design professional and it says the design needs to comply with the IBC as referenced by this code. So that makes me have to reinterpret what part of the IBC you're referencing. And a position to design a building has to own the liability to do it correctly. And so it just sounds like it's gonna be hard for people to interpret what that might mean in the long run of playing it out.
If I got a client that comes to me and says, I want to build a hospital out in the unincorporated area of Kansas, how would we build that?
So hospitals fall under. So the federal government is going to
Only seek federal funding.
Right. We don't currently have a hospital in the state of Kansas that doesn't. We have 2 nursing homes that do, but hospitals are uniformly.
We got one little Nexa that's not a true hospital, but it's.
Is it truly, like, is it like
Well, they call
emergency
themselves a
room?
hospital.
Or is
Well,
it?
they may.
So, but what they're going to revert back to is what that local jurisdiction has adopted.
But there is
Lots
no-
of jurisdictions don't have an adopted.
Let's, let's try to, one at a time, please. Okay?
But there is no jurisdiction. That's what I'm saying. And that's what 95% of this document is intended for, is what I heard earlier. So how would I build it? By modifying in 1024, you've taken away any kind of reference to how to build something. And this document, IFC, references, I'll almost say hundreds of NFPA codes and other standards, ANSI documents, ASME documents. We're not modifying any of them, we're not pulling them out. Let the document stand on its own.
So if we had it adopted, and who's enforcing that it gets built that way?
Who says it's gotta be enforced? I mean, there's things now just because we have a document doesn't, if you don't have manpower to enforce something, then how do you enforce it? I mean, there's people speeding all day long, and we got police officers to enforce speed, but they still speed.
That's the question though, is if we have it adopted and we don't have the authority to enforce it, why are we adopting it? Because so how do you develop it and how do you design it? If there's nothing there, you could design it to the newest code as long as it's compliant with the Kansas Fire Code for us. Like, just because they don't have something adopted doesn't mean you're not gonna build it to a standard. We're just proposing that we are not establishing what that standard is because we don't have the authority to enforce it.
Or does it drive me back to the 2006?
Jane had her hand raised. Jane.
Well, I guess I've worked in a lot of jurisdictions over the years that are other states, other places that have different sets of rules, right? So there is the professional care requirement of being a licensed architect or a licensed engineer. So when there's no building official and there's no building code established by the state or by the jurisdiction, all you have is your professional obligation to design to what is your professional's like established protocol. So you do have to say, well, I'm just gonna pick like the most current version of the building code and do my best to be professionally responsible for it, right? So I think there are standards in place, that's what we have to work with, I guess, in those places that don't have a building department. But it does I still think it introduces more variables than we might need, I guess, for people to interpret by you all justifiably trying to be careful to not be put in a position where you're responsible for some things that are not your expertise. That seems valid. I agree that you don't want to be responsible for that stuff. I'm just not sure you need to introduce language that makes it more confusing to interpret, just to make that distinction when you don't really need to adopt that responsibility anyway. You don't need to assume the responsibility for the building code anyway. You're only responsible for the fire safety things that are under your purview as a baseline, right?
So let me back up, and I guess I should have set some of the ground rules on this. What we're doing at this point right now, Amanda is presenting them. I'd like you guys to be able to ask her questions, that sort of thing. Then when she's done presenting and all the questions are done, then we'll go into more of a parliamentarian process in which someone will make a motion, a second, and then we'll get into delving and debating and amending or whatever those, I think we're kind of getting in some different pieces, and I just want to keep us moving, and also Amanda, allow her to present the different portions of this.
So 102.4.1 is inclusive of statutory requirements, basically, that buildings and facilities that were in service prior to the adoption of this code, there are no retroactive requirements for those facilities. So if there's something that is new in this code that an existing building that was built in 1950 cannot meet, an example is the carbon monoxide detectors. We will take a very proactive education response with these facilities, saying, hey, these are now in the code. We're not necessarily going to cite them because it is a new requirement. So we can't retroactively enforce new requirements on existing facilities.
If I may, just as an example.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No,
Sharon,
no, you're
I'll
fine.
get you in
Well,
that, but
no.
just as an example, real quick, if we adopted the 2024 code as written, it would require that every school, every building in the state other than 1 and 2 families install carbon monoxide detectors and immediately do that. Not as new construction, it's a retroactive requirement. We, under our state law, cannot retroactively require those things. So we removed that from the statute or from the code, for example. But, sorry. Sharon.
On 4.1, if you're wanting to limit this to fire code, wouldn't it be better to put it with fire codes rather than the code? We have this code, the code.
Okay,
Just-
so let's
just
hold
for
those things
clarification. Okay.
until
Want
we
those
get
later?
into the
That's fine.
actual, but if you have questions for Amanda as
Okay.
far as the actual reason we've done something, let's
Okay,
do that. Okay, thank you.
So 102.4.2, applicability of the current codes. Provision of this code shall apply where any of the following occur: new construction, change of occupancy, level 3 alterations as defined down below, and additions to buildings. Number 5 also has other conditions or factors that warrant application to current codes. These were going to be like the distinctly hazardous conditions as identified during inspection or planning purposes. Alteration levels. This is the portion of the International Existing Building Code that we have pulled in to help provide some guardrails in terms of as you have a existing building and you're looking at doing some alterations or modifications. A level 1 alteration includes the removal and replacement or covering of existing materials. So that's like for like. I have a floor, the floor is worn, I'm going to replace it with a new floor. That is a level 1 alteration. Level 2 alterations include any addition or elimination of doors, windows, small reconfigurations of spaces or systems. These are going to be small projects where the level of the construction or renovation does not exceed or meet 50% of the fire area. Level 3 alterations are the same, where you're actually removing, adding features, installing features, moving walls, doors. A level 3 alteration is going to be considered any alteration that affects more than 50% of a fire area. Chad Mayberry asked a question earlier today regarding about the phase-in of multiple projects over multiple years. And this is something that we have not pursued the conversation with yet, but it is something that is happening across the state and is a concern. The biggest example of this is our USDs. A lot of our older school buildings are separated. They have fire areas, so there's firewalls that make the entire building condense down into compartments, if you will. And what happens is we have school bonds that come out and it approves specific upgrades and renovations to specific portions of the building. Very rarely does it encompass the entire building. But what happens is if you come over here to say building A and they do a renovation and they keep it, maybe it's hitting at about 30%. So the only thing that they're required to come into compliance with is the work that they're doing. So they're replacing flooring with new floor. The new flooring that they're putting in, they have to make sure that it meets fire resistance ratings for that type of interior finish. If they're installing new doors, then they need to make sure that the doors are the compliant doors. But installing the new door may not actually do anything because above the door, the wall was never built to be a complete 1-hour wall. Okay, and it just wasn't ever built like that to begin with. And so they're putting in a compliant fire rated door, but the wall above the door is still open. But because they're only doing 30% of that area, we can't make them go through and build those walls up, okay? And so what happens is we'll have a school bond and it'll fix this portion at 30%. And then 5 years later, there's a new school bond, same school, and they're fixing this portion of the building and they're only doing 30%. And then they're going to a different building years later and they're fixing this portion. And eventually we have a whole building that over time has had way more than 50% upgrades, but has never been required to bring the building up to current code. This is something that we are aware of. We have taken a more proactive approach on our end to be able to go through. So as we do approvals of projects, we will note on there that this facility has had this project there and it's met this. And oftentimes we have conversations with the schools at that time saying, if you do another project and you bring up another portion of that project, you are going to exceed a 50% capacity. We have not in our history been proactive in tracking that and maintaining that. We plan to do so. So that is definitely something that is on our radar.
Go ahead, Jane.
The work area.
It's separated by code itself. It defines what a fire area is.
So work area is what I was looking for the definition of. Like, because, for example, a building, maybe he's getting its HVAC replaced and that affects the whole building, but there's only like walls and doors changing in one small room. And so is that a whole building or a 50% work area because the HVAC serves the whole building? Or is the work area really the only area in the footprint where we've moved a wall and a door?
So typically how we're determining that is based upon how that construction document's coming in. And that's one of the things that's typically identified on those construction documents is what that work area is and the scope of the work that it entails. And typically, if we are just looking at, again, I'm going to revert back. We're not building code officials. We're not necessarily looking at HVAC. So our portion of HVAC is going to be limited to where does the HVAC penetrate fire-rated walls and what separation is going to be maintained at those group points. And so in terms of for fire code purposes of how we are interpreting that, the impact to that for us is fairly minimal. Because again, we're looking at where we're crossing structures. Now, if as part of that HVAC replacement, you are also having to tear down all the ceilings, you're installing all new light fixtures, then it grows, and that encompasses more of the scope of the work. So that's what we are looking at as we are going through.
So sorry, Amanda, are you separating that or able to separate that versus what needs a building? As for like what needs a building permit versus what needs a trades type permit, or you just take the project?
Correct. So sometimes we get projects that are submitted in and it's strictly like a HU or an air handling unit replacement. Most of the time when those come in, we will pick them back out and just say, hey, thanks for submitting this to us, file it. We don't actually need to do a review of this.
Make sure it doesn't, as you just said before, it doesn't
Right.
create any issue with fuel openings or anything.
Correct.
Right.
Or does this affect any sort of fire protection systems? So outside of those categories, somebody that's replacing all the plumbing in the facility and they submit that in, our questions are going to be more in line of how does this, if it's an occupied building, how does this affect your occupancy? Do you need temporary egress plans? Things along that nature. So we appreciate facilities reaching out saying, hey, we have a project because we can front load, hey, some of these questions that are considerations that might not have been thought about as terms of project planning. But if we can get on the front end and say, hey, you're going to need temporary egress plans for this, then that's especially in terms of our healthcare facilities, it's very beneficial to them because that could cost them an IJ on the federal side. We don't want that. So. Okay, moving into, let's see, 102.4.4, conformity and safety. An existing building or portion thereof shall not be altered such that the building becomes less than safe. Fire protection alternation shall be performed in a manner that maintains or increases the level of fire protection. And then it talks about compliance for the alterations, what needs to be brought up when we are looking at these different levels of alteration. So if they are doing a level 1 or a level 2 alterations, that's basically stating that the products that they're using, the building components that they are swapping out, replacing, modifying, meet current codes. They're just, like I said, the door is going to meet the requirement, but in terms of level 1, level 2, they're not necessarily going to be forced to build out the entire wall. If it is a level 3 alteration, then that does affect all portions of the fire area, must be brought up to current code requirements. So in that case, in a school bond situation, if they were making renovations, modifications, and it affected more than 50%, then everything in that fire area comes up to current code.
I've got a question. I'm hoping you can define a couple terms for me.
Sure.
So in 102.4.3, kind of that section, it references a building area, but then in 102.4.5.2, it references a fire area and a work area. Can you help me understand the difference between those 3 areas?
So none of those areas are all defined within the code itself and the definitions, but a fire area is going to be a fire rated wall to a fire rated wall. A work area is the area in which the work is being conducted. Building area, where are you seeing the building area?
Under the alteration levels, it references a building area.
Would it be like if you had a building separation wall, that you'd have 2 buildings?
Correct.
So let's do this, if you don't mind, since you guys will be able to do the research on those. Those are all defined, but they need to dig those out and get them for you.
Right.
We are hitting that point where we're ready for lunch. So if we would break until 12:20, lunches are available out the door here and into the room across the hall. And feel free to eat in there and here, go for a walk, whatever, but we'll be starting again at 12:20. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let me go back to your effective date. Effective date is this would pass. That's for July. Right?
I would say
Yeah. Right. So here's my question.
Remember that. Yes, ma'am.
You want me to go ahead and start?
Yep, go ahead. Thank you, Amanda.
All right, so we are ready to start section 106. And section 106 covers safety documents. This section specifically is a full integration of KAR 22-1-7 into this fire code. Starts off by stating who and when documentation shall be submitted. So fire and life safety documents and supporting data shall be submitted to the state fire marshal. We're required by this section. And it talks about, again, it goes into nothing in this section shall be construed as issuing a building permit. Our review does not constitute approval of compliance with locally adopted amendments and locally adopted codes, zoning codes, accessibility requirements, or other laws. It does not eliminate any permits, reviews, or approvals otherwise required by local, state, or federal law. And it does not limit the authority of local jurisdiction to conduct reviews or enforce locally adopted laws. So some guardrails put into place regarding our approval of any submitted documentation that comes in. The purpose of a fire and life safety summary document is to provide a summary of the proposed occupancy classification, construction features, fire protection systems, means of egress, and other fire and life safety features necessary to facilitate review for compliance with the Kansas Fire Code. 106.1.2 goes into a listing of the different occupancy classifications that are required to submit documentation to our office. For the most part, this reflects what is currently in place in 22-7 with some changes. So line item number 1, group A2 occupancies, specifically requests and requires that code footprints be submitted for banquet halls, event venues, or similar assembly uses with an occupant load exceeding 100 persons. That is very specific in terms of meeting, again, what we are seeing happening across the state with event centers and venues opening up. At 100 occupants and an A2 occupancy, an automatic sprinkler system is required. And what has been happening, at least over the past year for me, is again, because our current regulations do not require a submittal for this type of occupancy, we don't get them. And so as we get complaints or as our staff are out driving around conducting inspections, we become aware of some of these facilities, some of these event venues, event spaces. And it's at least probably 2 or 3 times a month, I'll get an email, I'll say, hey, do we have this one in our record? Do we have, because it's been discovered. And it leaves a pit in your stomach a little bit, because at that point, most likely, they have opened a business and invested some money into a business, and we are going to walk in and almost 9 times out of 10, there is not a sprinkler system in that venue space. And so we end up having to have the tough conversation with them that as a new occupancy that came into existence under our current codes, they are required to have a sprinkler system. So that is specifically why that has been added in there, so that we can have that conversation ahead of time, to where potential business owners have the full financial costs available to them before they start investing their money into opening businesses. Number 2, a slight modification. While we currently do review Group B occupancies that fall under the jurisdiction of the Kansas Board of Regents, we have expanded that to not just Group B occupancies, but all buildings for facilities under the jurisdiction of the Kansas Board of Regents, technical colleges, community colleges, vocational schools, and state educational buildings. And again, that's to capture assembly type occupancies, not just the business occupancies, making sure that we have full review of those as well. There's no change to item number 3 than what was already in existence, no change to 4 or 5. Number 6, we have added for Group M mercantile occupancies utilized for temporary permanent retail fireworks sales. As if many of you are aware, we recently have regulations that came into effect that permit permanent fireworks sales in the state. So far, we do not have any facilities that have pursued that, but we do have temporary retail sales of fireworks. It used to be, back in the day, that these were all tents and they were out in parking lots. We are finding more and more that as facilities have lost their merchandise due to the unpredictable Kansas weather, that they are avoiding tents and looking at putting them in existing. In some cases, might be a standalone old business. What we are running into though, not this season, but the season prior, we found one that they put it in a building that housed a child care center. And we found one that was, I believe this year, that they were running their house. And so we're just finding more and more that people are seeking these temporary fireworks owners are seeking permanent structures, and they're putting in properties that should not have that. So that is why Group M mercantile has been added to that list. Items 7 and 8, there hasn't been any structural changes to that other than separating out Group R2 occupancies. It used to be combined into one, that Group R1 and R2, 3 stories or more in height, or exceeding 12,000 square feet in area. They were consolidated in one. We've split them out. So now that R2 occupancies, if they are 3 or more stories in height, regardless of their square footage, they are required to submit plans. And then lastly, we have added lines 10 and 11 for mixed occupancies containing dwelling units or sleeping units, as well as energy storage systems having capacities exceeding the values within table 1207.1.3, which lists out the different storage quantities for different lithium-ion batteries, lead-sealed batteries, and things like that. Really what we're trying to accomplish with these changes, again, are dealing with some of the initiatives and expansion projects that are taking place across the state regarding residential housing, making affordable housing, downtown revitalization, and making sure that we have some oversight regarding fire separation and where they're placing them. We have found multiple situations where they have renovated the second floor of historic older downtown buildings, and in many cases there's 5, 6, 7 apartment units up there, and there's only one exit that takes you from that second floor, and the one exit takes you downstairs through an assembly space where they're doing commercial cooking. And so if you think through some of the fire statistics and the increased risk there, and then you have individuals that are living on the second floor, and the rest is a centralized stair that takes you through the middle of that, we start to run into some problems. So I'm trying to make sure it's not that we don't want to promote that, it's just that we want to support it. We want to support it in a safe way, and we want to support it in a manner that we're not retroactively going in and making them install things that they did not already account for within their project budgets.
How is creating the expectation from a buyer standpoint to have an appropriate exit different than a building code? And why wouldn't the municipality be looking at that arrangement and going, no?
Your question a little bit.
Well, I mean, and Jack has asked a number of times why you want to move away from being identified as the person who's in charge of the building code. If we were to try to do something like that when we built our school, they would have said, no, absolutely not. This cannot occur. So I guess I'm trying to understand that why on one hand are we trying to say it's not our job to enforce building codes, yet on another hand, wouldn't municipalities have codes against the only way in and out to go through a place of business in which is a commercial kitchen?
So I don't want to say that we are not going to utilize the building code at all. The building code is referenced multiple times within the Kansas Fire Code. It cross-references it. And we would use it for those purposes. What we don't want to use the building code for is as there also has provisions regarding plumbing, things that aren't going to fall under our purview. We do not regulate those types of things. We want to stick to what the fire code is actually referencing. And so we would be looking at exits, would be looking at fire protection systems, we would be looking at the means of egress, we would be looking at occupancy separation, making sure that there's safe pathways out that don't take them through an occupancy of a higher hazard. Those are things that would retain under us as part of the fire code authority.
We've got to keep in mind that the whole reason, a lot of the reason we're here is to address the areas of the state that do not have a municipality or governing body enforcing federal laws. So, you know, most of us here are representing cities or counties or districts that have some sort of form of adopted code, but geographically, we have a large percentage of the state that there is no code enforcement beyond what the state fire marshal's office does. And on the building code side, there's no oversight, no governance. So that's where this all comes into play.
So I had Chris first, and then Jane, and then
Jane, we're gonna say the same thing, more specifically to your point, Amanda. I thought of bringing this up earlier, so sorry. Chapters 9 and 10 of the IBC are identical to, I think it's also 9 and 10 in the IFC, but those chapters are identical. So there is, when you get into exiting, sprinklers, and some of those where fire is enforcing the exact same thing we are in the code. And that's where you see this, that's by design. So now when you get out of those chapters, and that's why I brought up the NFPA example, because both building code and fire code are gonna say you have this type of occupancy, you're required to put in a NFPA 13R rated sprinkler system. So similarly, some of the areas in these chapters are gonna refer you back to other parts of my code that are not fire code, but when you're talking exits and where they can be, how many there have to be, occupancy loads for sprinklers, all that, they match word for word.
Jane? Okay, thank you. Senator?
I want to go back to number 1 on group 2A, or sorry, A2. And this is just coming from my district, so it may mirror other people's areas.
Sure.
But we have, you know, now these people buying barns and making them into event halls. I say a barn to let you know that it's not in city limits, but it's in the 3-mile radius where cities have authority. So my question is, right now we have the city of Great Bend. We apply the 3-mile radius whenever we feel like it. And so this hasn't been brought up. But I'm curious on when does it become a public or an event venue versus I'm having a fundraiser that's, you know what I mean? That I want people to come, but it's not really a public event type deal. Does that make sense? But there could be over 100 people.
So what we've basically done, and the way our office has implemented that, is if they're holding themselves out to the public for hire. So as they're marketing themselves as a wedding venue or whatever, that's generally when we look at it. If we see, if they're having a private event once a year or whatever else, but we have a number that are out there. We're dealing with, if It's one of these beautiful wooden barns with nothing in it. And their answer to it being cold was they moved the propane heaters you would have on a patio inside the wooden building, right? And we're trying to explain to them why that's a really bad
I
idea.
think it sounds like a great idea.
So those are the
So I just want to follow up on that. So like, but that's where I'm curious on. So if I'm actively advertising, rent my space, it's on Airbnb type thing. I have a house with it. I have an event hall. I have all that.
That's falling.
And what if you're in the 3 mile zone versus you're in the county? Then does that make a difference?
So once we have it in our regulation, that becomes our minimum. So if we enter in, so if the city of Great Bend enters into an MOU with us to review that type of occupancy, then the city of Great Bend would take that on as their review and they submit us copies of their approvals. But if the city of Great Bend chooses not to enter into that MOU, they say, you know what, we don't want to be involved in this, or we don't have anybody who has the experience with this, so we're not going to review that, then it would be city or outside the county. We would then, at a state level, have the authority over that.
have the responsibility.
Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, so moving away from when a code document is required, that takes us into 106.1.3. This is alternative submittals. And this is new. This is not something that currently exists within our current KAR. But what this does is this allows for the flexibility to work with our contractors and our facilities to submit alternative plans based upon the scope of that project. Because oftentimes it may be something that, let's say, affects a school district, right? But maybe it's an external shed and it's a singular shed. Or maybe it's one of the ones that I can think of is oftentimes you have outdoor football stadiums and maybe they're building a press box up at the top. It may not be something that we need a full code footprint submittal on. And so what this does is it provides us the alternative to allow scale drawings for some small projects, small facilities, to where they are not incurring that additional expense. Some examples of that is our Group I-4 childcare facilities serving fewer than 49 occupants. The same would be for our Group E childcare facilities serving 49 or less occupants. Before or after school programs that are located in previously approved schools, we wouldn't require them to submit. And then, like I was mentioning earlier, small alterations or improvements that don't necessarily rise to that level, we would be able to accept alternative submittals. Looking at 106.1.3, the format and organization of the submittals. Some of the requirements that currently exist in 22-1-7. Some of the feedback that we've received from the 10 to 12 public meetings that we held was specifically in regards to our submittal requirements being scaled to the 11:17 and submitted in specific formats. That was representative of, electronic file transfer at that time and some of our electronic capabilities, which vastly improved since the last time our regs have been updated. So some of those things are no longer issues on our end. So as long as we are getting a consolidated fire and life safety document, it's in a PDF file, it's searchable, there's table of contents, and it identifies everything in terms of occupancy classification, means of egress features, and that is something that we can review. So we would no longer kick back a submittal simply because it's not scaled to an 11:17. As long as it's something that we are able to open and we are able to view and review, then we will accept that document and provide you your feedback. Yes?
That section is numbered the same as the one that's actually preceding it. Is that an intended duplication, or do we need to?
No, it's a correction. So yes, that should be numbered as 106.1.4, and the following should be 106.1.5.
Someone's gonna join.
Looking at 106.1.4, submission and review authority.
That's 1.5 now. Yeah.
Basically what that is doing is it's outlining the differences between submittals. Talked about this a little bit earlier regarding our local jurisdiction partners and those who have entered into agreements with us to conduct those reviews. And it just, again, clearly puts that within the fire code so that it's very clear for our engineering partners, our contractors and developers as to who this project needs to be submitted to. And then it is between us and the local jurisdiction to be able to share that information amongst us. Let's see here. Examination of documents. The reviews, again, this kind of goes alongside with what we were talking about earlier, is that our reviews of these documents are limited to the matters within the scope of our authority. And so it's limited in terms of review of that submitted document against the Kansas Fire Code. Our review does not constitute approval from a local jurisdiction standpoint. If jurisdiction has a code adopted that is newer than our code, or if they have special provisions, additional requirements, our review is a review against the state adopted code, not any of those local codes. 106.2.1 outlines the minimum information that's required to be included within the construction document. That has not changed, other than it's a little bit more broader scope. It doesn't line by line detail that you have to have a north arrow, a bar scale, and all that other kind of stuff. It basically just, hey, we need enough information to where we can adequately review the building against the Kansas Fire Code. 106.2.2 talks about deferred submittals, specifically in terms of sprinkler systems, fire alarm systems, smoke control systems, commercial cooking, under radio coverage. Oftentimes are not developed during that initial code review process. But what this states is that those deferred submittals need to be submitted in prior to the start of the work. And that tends to be something that we run into frequently as we're out doing our inspections. We'll go out to do a 50%, and they have 75% of a system already installed, but plans have not been submitted to our office yet. In theory, it should be okay if we're following all the rules and regulations, but oftentimes what we run into is lapse of coverage, or perhaps there's devices that were installed that are in the wrong location, whatever the case may be, and you find that out after the fact. So important to get those ahead of time. And then the rest of these, in terms of 106.2.3, shop drawings, applicant responsibility, approved documents. These are code requirements that exist within the fire code already, with just minor modifications. 106.2.3, we have added that submission and approval of shop drawings under this section shall not eliminate any permitting or approval processes. Again, just making sure that we include our local government oversight. Yes.
And you'll also notice the numbering here. So applicant responsibility should be 2.4, approved documents should be 2.5, and phase review should be 2.5.1.
And a lot of this stuff, we just got our first copy from ICC that has this is where it flows, and they caught a lot of that within that first document. Second document has it all adjusted, it's just if it wasn't adjusted within these recommended proposals.
So we've been, if you try to work on a 700-page document in Microsoft Word, we were crashing computers, it was a mess. And then trying to get it, if you change, you know, it's changed, it does all kinds of crazy stuff. So we left them, I will apologize for formatting errors, but that is, that's what we're paying ICC for.
Yes, and you will see that in some of these recommendation packages as you go forward, some of the spacing issues that exist, and it simply got to trying to produce these in a time crunch, and you're trying to figure out why there's 15 spaces between two words. We're just like, okay, we really did try to adjust it as best we can. Applicant responsibility, again, has to do with adding information regarding local fire departments and their review of the documents as well. That as an applicant, they are responsible for making sure their submissions go both to the state and the local jurisdiction as applicable. Approved documents, making sure that we include language that approval of the documents not authorized by of the code. And that's pretty big because again, our scope of review is limited to the Kansas Fire Code. And so there may be areas that we have not reviewed, and that does not mean that equals approval to do something that does not match the code somewhere else. Phased reviews. Basically what this states is that builders and developers shall proceed at their own risk with building operations and without assurance that approval for the entire structure, system, or operation will be granted if they do not have approval before they start. And then lastly, we have amendments to approved documents. And basically what that states is whatever we approve is how it shall be installed. And if there are amendments made to that after that approval, then it is their responsibility to make sure to resubmit the change for its final approval. And that concludes recommendation package 01.
Any questions for Amanda that haven't been?
And maybe now somebody who's in the construction, I'm wearing my construction hat.
Okay.
So we have plenty of projects that are going to be phased, and they run out of money, and so then things change 5 years later. So is there a definition of what's going to be phased and how we phase something?
So that happens commonly. What we ask at the get-go is that the documents that come in give us what that intent is. So if it's a phased project, tell us what those phases are. It's usually clearly identified within the construction document. This is phase 1, it's done during this time frame. This is phase 2, it's done during this time frame. Phase documents are not the construction documents itself. Typically the code document is how it's going to be in its final form. This is what we're shooting for. And then we have our phase submittal, which talks about what that phasing plan looks like, right? But if at some point in that project where let's say we get through phase 1 and phase 2, but phase 3 falls off, all we need is an updated phase submittal to say, hey, this is now where this project ends. Perhaps you're going to pick it up in a couple of years, but it just takes resubmitting that to let us know. Because it does happen, and we're not, I know you have to do that project, but that's what we would need, is just updated plans.
This is if I may for a second, this is a great example of, so 106.2.5.1, which we have the phase review, that is almost all exact language in the 2024 code. We had to change it, however, because it dealt with authorized to issue building permits. Well, we're not issuing building permits, you know. So those are like when you see that, and down there it says instead of the builder, developer, owner, it says the permittee. Well, we're not issuing permits. So again, that's what some of those administrative changes you're going to find throughout this, where we're not really changing the meaning of the document. we're just simply having to change it for the way that we're implementing it in Kansas.
Any other questions for me regarding?
So when you talk about local jurisdiction may also review, is there any, I don't know if there's a need for, but what about versus our code kind of scenario? Back to that, is there a need for specification there? Or is it?
So this is an interesting, and it's a great question. Historically, our MOUs have had very little guidance. And what happened was, when Mark assumed office, he was looking at those MOUs and was like, this really means nothing. It's a sheet of paper like with check marks saying I'm going to do this. And
delegating review jurisdictions.
right, so what we've done is we have modified and updated our MOU practices with both our inspections and our plan reviews to read more like a true agreement between the two jurisdictions. We got, those first went out, the newer versions of those MOUs went out around the first of this year. And we got a lot of feedback. And we took that feedback to heart. We sent an email back out, said, hey, we're gonna take your feedback, we're gonna adjust these and send them back out. But when that occurred was around the same time when we got approval for this, and so it kind of took the back burner. Because if we've got an opportunity to update Kansas Fire Code, we're gonna jump on that. So it is our intent to make those MOUs to where they are more agreements amongst our two agencies, where there is specific requirements in there that spell out, here is the state minimum. We recognize that at the local level, you may have amendments too. And kind of going back to what we've discussed is if we have reviewed those amendments and we have approved them, then that is mean that what you're enforcing at your level meets that same or is more restrictive to that. In the past is that we had many local jurisdictions never came to us, that were never approved. And then we also had 20 years of difference. And that became really, really tough. And the other parts of it that were really tough is we have local jurisdictions that want to review our residential boarding care, but they're in complete different code documents. So it was to kind of get us all somewhat on a level playing field to where then our codes can better mirror each other, and that we have all of your amendments in place. We know what you're enforcing and we are all in agreement of that. But it is our intent to, once we have an MOU with a local jurisdiction, that local jurisdiction is now taking on that ownership, right or wrong, as to enforcing the Kansas Fire Prevention Code as a whole.
Just kind of for background real quick, so for those of you who are not familiar with these memorandums of understanding, there are roughly 600 political subdivisions in the state of Kansas. Of those, between 50 and 60 have locally adopted fire codes and have signed memorandums of understanding with our agency to where they do some form of enforcement on our behalf in their communities. And that varies quite a bit, right? And that's a year by year thing, which is really fun. When we had a major jurisdiction, right after I came in 3 years ago, come to us and dump 700 more inspections on us with no notice, because they just decided they were doing budget cuts, they weren't going to do inspections anymore. So we can delegate, the authority to do those inspections. The responsibility, unfortunately, resides with us no matter what, and that's what that MOU does. But I just wanted to kind of clarify that for those of you who might be wondering what these MOUs are and kind of that relationship. I'm sorry, I saw a hand.
News me.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Megan.
So the example the other day with McPherson, right, they were gonna build a new group home. And that relationship changed, and so now McPherson has the local authority to approve that group home because an MOU doesn't exist with the state, is that right?
Correct, but I'm not pulling it as
Yeah.
specific. But in theory,
Okay.
that is accurate. So if a local jurisdiction, and sometimes it doesn't necessarily always happen at the first of the year,
Okay.
you may us and say, hey, I've got this person, or, you know, we'd like to do this, you know, we have the ability, okay, we can enter into an agreement at that time and to allow them to do that, and they would be able to approve that at their level. They would, so if they opened a group home, they would do, if they had the plan review aspect, they would do the plan review, and then they would do the final inspection, and they would submit to us that local jurisdiction approval notice that basically states, here's the code footprint, here's the final inspection, they're cleared for occupancy. So then we would notify KDADS to let them know that this facility was approved for licensure.
Awesome. One other question about the MOUs. What's the best way to find out if there is one for people who are looking to, you know, build a new?
You can contact our office. I think that just in our future, as we are updating all of our processes and procedures and taking a real deep look about how we've done things in the past and how we want it to be going forward.
Okay.
I can definitely speak that there is going to be a website update regarding our presence and the amount of information that is available out there. And I can foresee something along those lines where there is a listing that is posted saying, hey, McPherson Fire, they're doing this, and this. And I don't believe that that's something that's necessarily protected in any way, shape, or form. So.
Other than it's just subject to change.
Sure.
You know.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Absolutely.
I'm in a hospital room, often provide documents to the fire marshal and KDHE Life Safety. Does this change that process at all?
This does not change that process, but I will tell you that we are also in active collaboration with KDHE because we understand that that is also confusing because the State Fire Marshal's Office, we hold the CMS surveyor contract for nursing facilities. We used to hold that for hospitals as well, but a couple years ago that reverted back to KDHE, and so what happened is we have KDHE that holds the federal contract for hospitals. So they are reviewing it for compliance with federal requirements. But at the state level, we still need to review it. And so facilities were having to submit documentation seemingly to the state, quote unquote, because it's very hard to tell the difference between one state agency and another. And so they were having to submit it to both agencies. We are actively working on a similar MOU with KDHE to where we're sharing those files. We haven't quite worked out the fine details, but it's one agency is probably going to do the building, another agency is going to do fire alarm sprinkler systems. Only one agency is going to do the 50% finals, but ultimately we are looking at creating a single point submittal to where as a hospital, you're submitting to this location, this address, and each agency is pulling what they need, and we're sharing those approvals. So we are working towards that. It's just, again, it's kind of taken a back seat to getting this kicked off, but we 100% agree that it is problematic for facilities to try to navigate that system. So.
Any further? Oh, go ahead.
Go back to your comment, Mark. You mentioned 60 MOUs of jurisdictions that have some type of code enforcement. Of those, in the Kansas Fire Marshal's webpage, there's a related Kansas statute link that KSA 13, 14, 15, and probably even 19, talks about class 1 cities, 2 cities, 3 cities, and counties and countries, it says. I assume those requirements, what's driving those 60 to even have their own? I mean, do all class 1 cities or class 2 cities have their own? Because what's driving them to even give you an MOU? And how is that even put in place?
Let's start back the first one. In my experience, what's driving the MOU is if we don't have that, then both of us are duplicating and going into the same place twice. As it is now, we're enforcing two different versions of the code, and it's difficult and it creates complaints. So really, that has been the major piece, I think, that has run things, and that ability. I would much rather have a local inspector, a local fire department go into a building to inspect it that they're going to. So they can learn that building, they can make pre-plans, they can get to know the building manager, et cetera, et cetera. So we do have one of the most populous cities in our state who withdrew from, I'm trying to be politically correct here, right? It's, but we did have one of our major cities who to this day has withdrawn almost all MOUs. I think they just do liquid fuels. Other than that, we're doing all fire inspections in that major metropolitan city, and we had to hire a staff member specifically to cover that.
So when you say that, all, does that mean every single office, restaurant, church, hospital? What's all need?
Okay, so yes. Well, the code applies to all buildings with the exception of those buildings used wholly as one or two family dwellings. We do not obviously have enough inspectors to go into 1.3 million buildings. So we have over time looked at basically, first of all, we cover things that are licensed by other state agencies where state law says that we need to do it. So for example, we ensure that restaurants are inspected each year. That's done because they have to be licensed through the Kansas Department of Agriculture, and as part of their licensing requirement, they have to have that fire inspection. We would much prefer that that be done by that local entity. But if it's not being done by them, then it's still our responsibility. So basically, we've had to kind of triage and look at what the major, beyond the licensing issues, then we look at what are the hazards that we see, what are issues that we need to address. We have a state statutory requirement that we inspect, ensure that every school in this, right? So if that local jurisdiction is not doing that, we're doing that. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was trying to tie it to, are those 60 either first class cities or second class cities? Or some of them maybe a city that might not even have a mayor, but they got a fire chief who wants to do inspections?
For the most, what we have are the cities that have, cities or counties. I think is our one example of a county that does it, that have career fire departments. That generally, Chad, is that safe? It's generally the career fire departments.
It's generally the career fire departments instead of counties acting as a fire district.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's generally those departments that have a career staffing.
Yeah, I would expect that for like South Johnson County, Edgerton, DeSoto.
Your question is number
They
one.
have county districts though. They have like Johnson
Yeah.
County.
And I don't know if it varies.
They do some.
Some do, some don't. It really is kind of an interesting mix.
Back to your question of number one, local control. Being able to dictate what goes on, options, being able to stay on top of what's going on in your community. And then also as far as what gets inspected, it's essentially just the licensed facilities that have some sort of license. Because the ones we have to do for the state when we sign that agreement.
We choose to do for us, which is very nice.
So the MOU, it will document, yes, we're doing inspections to the state code, or if they've adopted another code that has been approved, they will be doing, and that's part of that MOU documentation. So that's how you all know what they're using and that they are meeting the minimum.
So this is one of those issues that we talked about where the MOU is not complete, and that's not clear. So our understanding at our level was that everyone was inspecting to the state fire code when they were had come to find out was that everyone was running under whatever code they had. And folks like Megan or Kylie can talk to the disparate impact that has on industry in the state when they're dealing with all these different issues. That's one of the things we're trying to hopefully fix with this. If we can all get on the same sheet of paper, it's going to make things so much easier for our relationship with local entities and with our citizens, because they're confused, and I understand why.
Would it help if, or does it add clarity if there was a line added that specifically said jurisdictions may, or however that is to define in a line or two, that you can enter that MOU and then go into the paragraphs that say for those who do and for those who don't? I don't know if that would clear that up at all. I do believe you're correct with what you said, Chief, that as it stood, if you had an MOU with the state, that it was assumed that meant you were authorized to plan review, inspect to your locally adopted code. And a lot of that was based on the state moving towards those codes. But, and then, sorry, I know part of what I started with this, I don't know, like I said, if that would help or not to add a little there. But one, where it gets, it says nothing in this section shall prohibit the local jurisdiction from separately conducting reviews, whether handled in the MOU or this. It's just, you have to be careful there that we wouldn't get folks in a spot where I could say, well, I adopted the 27, so I'm going to make you do it to the 27. And you're like, well, I just went and saw the state. They did it to the 24. Now, in most cases, you're not going to have dual jurisdiction there. You're going to go on the other, but you still may have that confusion of what am I enforcing, what am I requiring, and you get some of the bounce back.
So there is nothing that requires that they enter into an MOU.
Right.
And in the instance that Mark has been talking about with this one large jurisdiction that pulled out from all of the MOUs, they are still conducting construction, plan review, and inspections of those occupancies. And one of those ended up being a small residential board and care occupancy that kind of spiraled quickly out of control. And so sometimes it's because of staff ability, budget cuts, whatever it may be, but there may be other issues that, we have worked towards trying to restore communication and relationships with a lot of our partners, not only local jurisdiction, but facilities, and making sure that we're focusing on customer service. But ultimately, it is their choice. And if they choose not to want to collaborate, participate, share information, there's nothing saying that if they do not enter into an MOU that they still cannot conduct these activities within their jurisdictions. They have the right to do so. And I think that that's what that paragraph is basically stating, is that just because they don't enter an MOU doesn't mean that they don't have the right to do it.
Any further questions for Amanda before she just sit down? Yeah.
I'm fine.
Just one, going back to the fire and life safety documents and code footprint.
Yep.
Required 106.1.2. Under point 2, it said that the wording is buildings or facilities under the jurisdiction of the Kansas Board of Regents. So currently, the Board of Regents governs the state educational institutions or the state universities, governs their physical assets and facilities, but not the coordinated institutions like community colleges and technical colleges. Is that wording intended to say buildings and facilities which are governed by the Board of Regents, or is it to say the Board of Regents has responsibility for all these institutions, so now it does include those other educational institutions?
I don't think so.
No, it wasn't intended that way. Jack, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the process. Are we going to go through all 14? Or are you looking to kind of vote
Yeah, so
on individual ones?
Yep, the next step here is once we're done with questions from our staff, then I would entertain a motion to adopt and second Then we can open discussion, amend whatever. You guys can, at the end, vote to recommend that we adopt it, that we don't, that we recommend it with adoptions. But we'll go through that process then.
Don't you want the discussion, sorry, wait, you want the discussion to occur before the motions?
Well, actually, my understanding is you need to have a motion in place in order to have a discussion.
All right.
Parliamentary procedure would require that we have a motion. Discuss and then you can make a motion.
Even before any of the questions we've already asked. In theory.
I wouldn't say that on question. I'd say if we get to where I'm in.
No, this staff is simply trying to educate on what we're giving, and then we're simply answering your questions. Now we switch to a deliberation in which there's conversation between the board members, and can, ask for amendments, you can ask for whatever else, and then we'll vote on that piece and move to the next one. Jane,
Are you saying we're gonna do that for each one of the 14, like individually?
that's our intent. If that's not the will of the body, that's different, but that is our intent. Yes, Shannon, sure.
Can you explain, excuse me, how 102.4.41 would apply to existing buildings in a use change? I mean, it says that it becomes existing condition and that you cannot remove anything that would decrease the level of fire protection. That if I have a change of use and I don't need that level of fire protection, does that mean I can't remove those things?
Can you give me your code site again?
102.4.4.1 and 4.4.2.
No, so if you have an existing building, and let's say they're gonna do a project to it, okay, or they're gonna alter it in some way.
I have an existing hotel and I want to make it now to be storage units.
Well, that's a change of use, so that falls under, that's going to be applicability of current codes. Now, when they do that, if they're gonna change it to something else, then they meet the requirements of what that is.
Okay, so if I'm changing the use, the existing building designation no longer applies.
Correct. It's an existing building that it meets the new requirements of its new occupancy.
And that language and that portion, just as a note for the body, is taken directly from the IE.
Okay, thanks.
The International Existing Building Code, I'm sorry. Any further questions for?
I have one more
Oh,
question.
yes, go
Sorry.
ahead.
Sorry, it just hit me, so. I guess kind of going back to my questioning I had before, so moving forward, I'm just gonna say that this goes into effect July 1, 2027, to kind of give an idea. So are things grandfathered in? Are we talking moving forward?
So if anything that was in existence prior to the adoption of the code, it stays the way it was. We can't go in and enforce all these new requirements.
Okay.
Much of them are already there and intact and the same, but we wouldn't be able to, we use the example of the carbon monoxide detectors. We wouldn't be able to go in and cite them for not having carbon monoxide detectors simply because now our code requires it. But what we would do, and we've talked about this in-house, is we would have a pretty intensive educational campaign, because some things they can start to work towards that have very small fiscal impacts, and it would be more education that, hey, this is now in the code, we're not requiring this, but if you could start working towards that, that would be great, and giving them information as to why it's there and why it's important. And a lot of times facilities want to do the right thing and want to be progressive, it's just they don't know. And part of that is on us and our history. We haven't done a great job of explaining the whys behind some of the fire code requirements, but we have drastically shifted that to where it's no. We need to explain why, and once they understand why, typically they're not going to do it there, but they're also not going to do it at their homes, which then we're going to be able to have somewhat of a positive impact maybe on our first responders, and that over time, perhaps we can start reducing some of that risk. But that takes us doing that education piece, and we do plan to do that.
I keep going back to, and I'm sorry I keep bringing this up, but I keep going back to the event halls, just like the barns and those kind of things. And that's where like my concern is those folks that want to put in, like, do they have to put in a fire sprinkler system, or will they be grandfathered? And if they already have had it up and running already right now.
Yeah, so if they created that, if they took an agricultural use and they turned it into an assembly venue, they're holding out to for hired people. And they've done that since 2011 when this code was, for example, they have been required since that time to have sprinkler systems in there if they hold more than 100 people. Now, that is all subject. We work with people because we end up with situations where there is not sufficient water supply to support those systems. So then we work with those building owners to find other alternatives they can do, fire alarm systems and some different things. So we regularly work with them, but we did have the people who I was just talking about that wanted to do a 900 some people venue and RV storage in the same space, and where we said no, and they're like, well, you told the legislature that you'd work with people. Well, I'll work with people on an assembly, but not where we're creating and mixing two things together that's not compatible.
So does that?
Oh, I just was gonna say, I guess just listening to all the conversation, I think it's important for everyone to, and maybe this is obvious to you guys, but there are kind of two big hats that you all do. One is inspections that occur for licensing requirements of various facility types, right? That has nothing to do with new construction. And so you're dealing with kind of both sides of this. You have the active inspections that are for existing businesses, nothing's being changed. And so you're trying to address regulations and changes to these things that deal with that. But then the other piece of it is, okay, new construction or renovation. When there's construction of any type happening, then it triggers reviews and approvals and all that. And so I think some of the questions you're talking about, I guess I'm kind of wondering, are you talking about like there's no construction happening and this is just an existing use and there's an inspection or something that's triggered? Because a lot of those questions get answered when there's construction, right? When you've got plans that have to be approved, building permits issued or not, if you're out in the rural areas. I mean, are we just talking mostly about things that occur outside of the construction project?
I'm talking about existing. It's already been sitting there. People have been utilizing these buildings for years.
Right, and so what sort of inspection happens for that kind? I mean, I know there's licensing for daycare and other things, but what would trigger?
I think that they just find out about it,
Well,
right?
That's
where I'm
she was
concerned.
talking about is, which reported to us, we get a complaint. Someone sees, one of you folks now after sitting on this task force goes to a wedding and goes, this is really unsafe, right? This floor is gonna collapse, this whatever, right? And so then we end up following up on that complaint.
Okay.
So using your example, these words were adopted and it was in place and operational without sprinklers, but approved by the body. These words allow you to continue to operate no matter what they come in and say.
If approved, that is kind of the.
It's their operating, who approved it. I think that's the muddy water. They're out in the middle of nowhere.
That, Jack, but yeah, because that's what we would say is if we get a report or we come across something, if it was built with a permit to code and expected code at the time, well, then you're existing for.
But
And
they
so
don't
you
do
remain
permits.
until
They
you
don't
make
do-
a change that would
That's the
require you to update code.
So
If we find that there was no authorization for that, now it takes place. Now, there's no guarantee of enforcement action, we open a case and we investigate, get to work.
And to go along with that, the dates matter. Because it's not just, 2011 is what we are currently under, but prior to that, there were other codes that were in place, and maybe the sprinkler system was required then. And then you can go back another 20 years to what was in place a long time ago. And perhaps sprinkler systems for that type of occupancy were required then. So typically what happens is, okay, so we get a complaint, we go out, and that's part of our inspection process is to say, when was this built? And well, you know, my family's owned this farm. This farm's been out here since, 1901. Okay, do you know approximately when you turned it into an event venue, when you started renting it out for public use? And we start tracing that back. And then we have a listing in our office regarding what codes we had adopted in place during different periods of our history, and we can go back to those. And I remember one time, probably 10 years ago, where I was actually at the Historical Society digging up, fire codes for, it was actually a violation in a school district. And I mean, we will do that due diligence and go far back. And if it was built during a time where there were codes, whatever those are enforceable.
I guess I'm just wondering how people would know, if I'm just a business or a private person living out in the country and I decide to start hosting events, there's not a licensing requirement in the state for me to do that. So no one's, unless I hire an architect to come in or an engineer to say, I want some help with this building renovation, and I'm not actually putting in doors or walls, which is what usually triggers a building permit in the cities who have permitting. If I'm just saying, wow, my garden is ready right now, I don't have to do any construction, I'm just gonna start doing it, then what would bring you guys in ever? How would they know to do it?
Right now, they don't.
Well,
And
so
Well, that's
does what we're
education.
doing help with that? Because it seems like that's a problem we're not solving then.
Well, it's an education issue, and our agency's been really trying to do this and working this problem, right? Because it is something where we're trying to get out there. I will tell you that we did an intern do a study 2 summers ago, and she talked to every fire chief in the state, and a substantial minority, still a minority, but a substantial one, told her that they had no fire code. So that's a problem. That's on us to work on that education piece. And I think Chad will agree, we're really working on that, but it's something we've got to work on. Sorry, go ahead.
So I was gonna, one issue is we're looking at this almost isolated in the idea of how does the fire marshal's office and the fire code interact with some of these buildings and all these things. To your point on how does the licensing occur, I serve on Wyandotte County's Planning and Zoning Commission and have for close to a decade. Granted, that's a first-class city and county, to Jack's point, but every county has to have some sort of a department like that, right? Or some sort of a zoning.
Not every.
Not every, you're right, because of those. But my point is, if there's a state statute out there that says something about a business license for an event center that has to do over 100 people, that's gonna be completely separate than the fire marshal's office. And they may be having to call the Secretary of State's office to get a business license on something else and approve something. Well, that may trigger them there, but we have no purview over how that is triggered or what that business license or any of that. And I almost feel like we're looking at this, and I was looking at the statute that shows this code. It actually outlines every single code that was interpreted up until 2000 for when a building was built, or how we were gonna look at this, right? But if someone decides in 2006 to start turning a barn into an event center and you start inviting those people, we're looking at it from the fire code aspect, but there's something out there that says they have to do something. Is there liquor on the premises? Do they gotta get a liquor license? Do they gotta get, I mean, there's a lot of other pieces here that would trigger them, that would put them on notice that, hey, I gotta go do something else, right? So I think we're almost looking at it too isolated, because I guarantee you anywhere you go, or through a liquor license standpoint, you're gonna have to get something before you start handing people alcohol in a barn.
So we have expanded our communication amongst the different agencies. And I can say, when we first started that was somewhat of an extreme process. The first time to say, hey, we should share information and, you know, the question came to us is there a statute that requires us to share this information with you? And our response.
She's speaking of another
Yeah.
state agency, not
Yes.
a local group, okay.
And so we overcome that very quickly, and we have bi-monthly meetings with that particular agency and have grown substantially. But I will say that there were a lot of silos that were in place to where that information was not being shared, that you do have a lot of regulatory agencies walking in that are issuing licenses without any sort of understanding of what someone else is doing. So we're starting to break those down. We're starting to try to get that information. We hold trainings with their surveyors that are out there. They've offered to provide training to ours so we can help them in return. So there is a lot of that sharing of information now.
I apologize. I did what I said I was going to do. I owe you a break. So we'll be back, please, at 1:40. Thank you. I know. I'd like to.
Give us too much leeway.
I think the hard part is these are.
It's usually, it's usually somebody, I'm just thinking more like somebody off.
Who would it be?
I don't know.
That's-
Yeah. So like.
So let me ask this question.
Now, Wednesday.
People that are out there.
Just go ahead and log on.
bring it in, get started here. Did anyone have any further questions for Amanda? Because I will happily put her up there where she stands there all afternoon, if you want. If not, we'll move on into deliberations of the, oops.
Can I make a suggestion, process-wise? Would it not help all of us if we went through all of them, maybe quicker than we went through this one? Then come back and deliberate and vote on it. Once we have the big picture about all 14 items, and maybe less questioning, I can support that. Let's just hear your side and hear the side and why you're wanting to do it, and then all have a good feel for all of them. Let's come back and deliberate on each one. Sorry to throw that kink into it, but I think it would help all of us.
Do you want to put that on the motion?
Yeah, do you want to make a motion to that? I will just, but if that's what the body wants to do, is go through all this, have our staff do their thing, and then go through without.
I'll make that a motion if you allow me to.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I make a motion that we go.
Wait, so,
through-
sorry. Yeah, you can't. Because you're ex officio, you're sitting.
I just can't vote.
You can't do anything deliberative. So you can't make a motion. Yeah, I apologize.
Don't take it personal.
No, I apologize. Yeah.
Can we put it on record that he said reduce the questions since he was the one that asked most of them?
Is anyone else interested in making that motion?
I'm interested in making it.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? And then we'll open discussion. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt. Is there a discussion?
I understood the concerns about like 102.4 and the building code. I could understand concerns from both points of view of trying to express that you're not a building code official, but also concerns does this create confusion to those reading it that it maybe throws out building codes that aren't specified in this. But I'm not the wordsmith to know what a better modification to achieve both aims, I guess.
And I will, let me back up just a second. So, great point. Realize this task force in itself is advisory in nature, right? Everything that you guys advise us on, we're going to take into consideration and put it into it, in the code set. But there is some wiggle room there if you want to make suggestions and allow our staff to try to carry that portion out without having to sit down and wordsmith each word. If you want to make a motion or an amendment along those lines, and you trust our staff to kind of go through and do that portion. If there's something you feel needs to be done administratively, just laying that out there.
Yeah, I think I'm struggling with that component of it too, and it's hard too, because I'm coming at it from a city perspective, but it's a city who has the inspectors and who has the building official and who has the people who can go and do and help support that. And I'm struggling with also kind of I understand the perspective of the state fire marshal and that they've got to then balance. People who want to do it the right way are looking to somebody to give them guidance. So I also don't know what right looks like, but that's, I'm struggling with that component of it too.
I will say, just want to say, as a state agency official as well, I will say I do understand the intent or, why, going forward with that, why we're trying to move forward with that. It can be hard. It's a hard act to balance. And getting those calls, regularly and trying to explain those things, it is hard. It does take staff time. And so I like I said, I understand both sides as well, but I just want to throw that out there that just speaking as a state agency official, that it is a hard act to balance when you're hearing that from both sides and trying to be politically correct and things like that. So I get the intent too.
I'm not understanding that. What's the hard thing to balance? Because if you're one of those cities, you've already got your adopted codes and standards that should have been, and let's assume they are approved, then that response is, we have no jurisdiction there because that's been handed over to the local jurisdictions because what they're enforcing is the same, we've already approved those documents.
So let me stop this because it's not a matter. We no matter what MOU we sign, we have concurrent jurisdiction. And the responsibility for those inspections by state law resides with the state fire marshal. We can delegate that through the MOU, but that doesn't absolve us of jurisdiction or responsibility. We still have to uniformly throughout the state enforce the law.
And I understand that aspect.
Okay,
From a code,
but it's not, we can't say we don't have jurisdiction.
are you gonna go do double inspections?
We
They
do,
have. They have.
because we have some jurisdictions that don't want to cooperate on that.
Well, I think we're not talking about the Wichitas, the Overland Parks, the Olathes, the Topekas of the world. It's probably one of those cities of those 60 MOUs that maybe doesn't really have qualified people trying to do that. Is that the challenge? I mean, what's the challenge? And that's what I'm struggling with.
Well, I guess, and I apologize, I've kind of lost track of what are you objecting to here?
Well, I was just commenting on what he said about trying to understand
Okay,
the struggle.
okay, Chad.
To your point, part of the requirement for the MOU is you have to have certified people to do those plan reviews and those inspections to even be able to sign that MOU.
Okay.
We have had agencies refuse to sign because of some of those issues, but that's beside the point.
But then they're not one of those cities. You gotta go do the inspections in that scenario. It's all yours. And granted, you're ultimately over the whole state, I get it. But by these local jurisdictions signing this MOU is helping lighten the burden of your team.
I understand that, but I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, I'm trying to understand his comment about why it's a challenge and the questions you're getting. Because I thought the response would be, if you're calling from the city of Overland Park has their own inspectors and plan reviewers. We don't do plans. We have jurisdiction, but we typically don't go there. Right?
The problem is that if we have it adopted in our regulation, it is expected that we enforce it. If we have it adopted, if we don't plan to enforce it, why would we have it adopted? And so adopting it implies that we are going to enforce it, but we don't have that ability to enforce that. We don't have building code officials on our team. We don't have that. And so these larger jurisdictions that enter into the MOU, these are typically, like we discussed, first and second class cities. They have their own building codes. They're already covering some of this. These rural communities that don't is where we started off on providing coverage. In those rural communities that don't have a local jurisdiction that can enforce it, by adopting it, it falls to us.
Agreed.
And that's what we don't want, because that is not what we have authority to. We do not have the authority in statute to act as a building code official. And so we are trying to remove the implication that we are. And Jane talked about professional obligation in terms of your design approach. You're gonna design to a building code. You're gonna design to the one that works between you and whoever in that community. And how built, there's no oversight because the county doesn't have it, and statutorily, we don't have the authority. And we are going to use the building code to enforce our codes, but in terms of actual building construction, the plumbing, the mechanicals, all of that, we don't do that.
Thank you.
Can I make a motion or can I amend the motion to?
So Larry, let me just,
Sure.
because they did have a hand up before,
I'm
so
sorry.
just, that's all
I
right.
apologize.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't know the right terminology, Robert's rules, but I would like to amend the motion to instruct or advise to look at changing language in that 102.4 that addresses the concerns that have been expressed, working with legal counsel and even, whether it's through architects or through local, Danielle, with her concerns, to find maybe a little adjustment in the language that could achieve both things. And if you could figure out how to make a motion out of that.
Well, no, so I guess we have a motion to amend. Is that a friendly motion or friendly?
And I'm sorry, I was out when the motion was made. Is it to accept the entire thing with
The initial was just to
No-
open
no
up.
changes?
Yeah, just in.
So he has a substitute motion. Is that what we're?
Friendly amendment.
Okay.
Okay, and the maker of the motion accepts that as a friendly amendment. From our point, I don't know that I'm extremely clear on what you guys are wanting.
Well, you had said that you guys, we're an advisory body and you can take it back
Yeah.
and do some wordsmithing. I guess that's what I'm just saying. This is an area where it sounds like we think there'd be some wordsmithing.
Chief, if I may, maybe continue the discussion about potential modifications in language and then put that into one potential substitute motion.
Yeah, because we have other portions.
Yeah, at that point. And when so just to clarify, make sure that my mind's around this, so a jurisdiction in enforcing the code, a jurisdiction that has a memorandum of agreement with State Fire Marshal's office, your enforcement would be, in a sense, to audit us, ensure we are enforcing to your standards as required. I guess you could say that's needed. If there's not an MOU in place, then you are enforcing wholesale. And then part of, I guess, my question still is if it is adequately addressed in here, which code enforced to. I know that doesn't sound right, sorry. But because we have stipulations, so where I'm feeling like we maybe have a potential confusion is what I will say is because we're saying jurisdictions can adopt their own code still and can move forward, and we will have a state minimum standard. So within that MOU, I feel like there's still some potential lack of clarity, what a potential for a double tap, if you will, as to which code then the jurisdiction with an MOU specifically enforce.
And may I just quickly, I would think that actually be something to be worked out in an MOU rather than putting the code itself.
And that is.
Well, I guess that was kind of my concern as well. It's just that it seems like we're adding ambiguity to what would be expected of the design professionals, which code to follow. In case of a municipality that has a set of codes that are established, then I guess you're just saying it's like gonna have to be figured out on a case by case basis. Like there's not a way to in time unless you've worked with that agency, that municipality It's not
That's-
stipulated here,
Yes, that's how we are functioning currently and have since.
but you wouldn't wanna improve that and make it clearer with this changes. Are we, I keep making it confusing as to which code is governing.
Well, so the state fire code is the governing code. Cities may adopt one if they choose. There's no requirement they do so. They may do that. If they do adopt that, there are many reasons they might do it. They can, mainly, one of the ones is they can handle all violations through their city court instead of district court, for example, right? But that has to be at least, provide at least the level of protection of the state code, the minimum, the table, and they can build on top of that.
So kind of what
the
you were
reality,
saying, like. as
the
long-
reality today as a design professional, if you're going to work in Sedgwick County, the nice thing, your code shouldn't be below the minimum of the state code. So you should be able to just work off their code. What we've been dealing with now is we have some places out there that we're not, but we're trying to fix that within this. So I would hope that would you be able to work off that local code without being concerned that you're going below the minimums of the state code. Does that make sense?
And you're just saying that gets worked out between you all and the municipalities?
No, I think what they've asked now is a separate issue, which is if they're doing inspections on our behalf, what code are they inspecting to? And that really is something I think that needs to be worked out between us and that agency as we do that. That's a more of an enforcement inspection part. Is that right?
In talking to people, and it was not a coma violation. This appears that we're doing it backwards. I mean, we're all excited about enforcement and processes, and you've asked us to drill down to some technical amendments before we know what the process is gonna look like. And my concern is, so we go through these technical amendments, we say that they're great, then we get to the end and we start talking about processes, and we figure out that, but the amendments that we made have changed those processes.
Go ahead.
Well, I was kind of on the same thought process as you, and part of me wondering, what if we table may not be the word, but table this RPO 1 and look at these other ones down the line, which when you look at them have a lot less changes and are more specifics to certain aspects, see how the changes are made to each of those, then we come back to RP1 at the end and say, here's how we build it in, because some of these questions that we've been getting around the room may be answered in RPO 6, RPO 7.
And I think that is a good point, because some of them have amendments, some of the specific items that will be looked at, there's actually amendments to those later that kind of answer some of those. And I was putting out there for this when we come back, I would like to see, and extends now, I would like to see the code language, some clarifying language that basically says, jurisdictions with an MOU will review and inspect to their codes, to their currently adopted code, provided that ensures all state minimum code requirements are met, something along those lines. That, I think that would help us, just with the clarity, and some of that I feel, if I'm off base, then we'll forget it. But I feel that some of that is an industry question, because then they're worried about, again, too, somebody can say, well, you gotta go talk to the state about that. Yeah, here's our rules. Okay, wow, that doesn't meet my rules. So I think that would help me. I don't know how everybody else feels.
Yeah, so if there was a motion to,
I think substitute on the table the discussion.
I would second that motion.
okay, so there's been a substitute motion and a second to table RP1 until later in the process. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call the question then. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We are going to go a little bit over on this one due to some staff time issues. So I'd ask Rachel Martin from our staff to come up and do RP04.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Martin. I'm here to talk to you about
RPO4, emergency preparedness. Thank you for switching the order a little bit to accommodate my schedule. I am involved in a conference that's been in the works for a year that I need to be at for the next 2 days. So RP, whoops.
Oh, I was like, who's doing that?
RPO4, emergency preparedness, which is also chapter 4 in the International Fire Code. We have made amendments to that due to the fact that fire code only provides requirements for development of emergency procedures for fires and fire evacuation. We all know that that does not adequately cover all of the emergencies that would potentially occur in the state of Kansas. So we have added requirements to develop emergency procedures and staff training programs for severe weather incidents and wildfire incidents to more accurately reflect the hazards affecting Kansas facilities. We have also expanded on the lockdown procedures for Kansas schools and other facilities. And I'm kind of going to talk about the history behind that and why we had to make some of those changes. So unfortunately, active shooter and intruder incidents have become more commonplace in our society. The currently adopted 2006 International Fire Code does not allow for any locking device to be put on an interior classroom, making it impossible to secure them adequately in the event of a situation. So back in December of 2014, recognizing that this was a problem, the State Fire Marshal's Office issued a statewide variance. It allowed it started originally with schools and has since been expanded to other occupancies, but it allowed them to use add-on locking devices provided that they had been pre-approved by our office. We would review them and we started as to what they could use. As I said, this has been expanded to other occupancies as those dangers have grown and expanded. These do not extend to healthcare facilities. Those are under Medicare and Medicaid services guidelines. They currently do not allow for the use of those. Beginning in 2021, the International Fire Code caught up with everything and added requirements in for those additional locking devices. One of the conditions was that that device be able to be disengaged from the outside. That way, emergency responders, school personnel, anybody like that could disengage it if the people in the room were unable to. That created a little bit of a problem because 7 years prior to that, when we started approving devices, we didn't have that guidance. So of the 13 approved devices that we currently have, 7 of them comply with the requirements of being disengaged from outside. So then the question became, what do we do about the other 6? Because school districts had purchased those, invested significant amounts of money in that because we had approved them. So that kind of brings about some of the changes that we made. So in section 1010.2.7, we added an exception, I believe it's exception under number 1, that allows for the continued use of those devices that were previously approved by our office. Anything installed after the adoption of this code would have to comply strictly with the code requirements and have that tool disengaged. We will update and provide education as to what devices are okay moving forward versus what is grandfathered in. We also added some requirements to it. The locking devices need to be installed from inside the room without opening the door. That is not actually in code, but we don't want people to have to go outside into the hallway to lock the doors down. We also see plans had to address the use of those devices. It's required to practice the disengagement and engagement of those devices during their drills, so that you don't have a situation where in a panic and a rush, it doesn't get properly used, it doesn't fulfill its function. As far as the emergency plans themselves, the changes we made in section 406, we did add employee training for severe weather procedures and employee training requirements for wildfires. This is only for areas that are identified by the Kansas Forest Service risk assessment tool as being located in an area within or immediately adjacent to an area of high risk or extreme fire risk. So somebody in the middle of a city isn't going to be looking at wildfire emergencies. We don't expect them to conduct wildfire training. Trying to keep everything relevant to the location that it's at. We also currently state statute, KSA 31-133 lays out drill requirements for schools. It mandates 4 fire drills, 3 crisis drills, and 2 tornado drills each year. However, the IFC mandates monthly fire drills. So that created conflict. And we had to put out information that statute overrules what's in the code book. We have updated the code book so that the Kansas code will reflect the statutory requirements for drill frequencies. This just eliminates the conflicting information between the 2 sources. We realize that there may be some concerns about the implementation of actual planning requirements. I don't think that that is anything that is not already. We are just requiring it to be documented and to be formalized. There's also some concerns about the continued use of locking devices that do not strictly comply with code. Expanding these requirements provides consistent guidelines throughout the state. It provides clear response procedures to facilities, and it ensures that they are not having a significant fiscal impact by having to replace equipment. These changes, we believe, provide a balanced approach to enhance occupant safety without creating that financial burden. We recommend the adoption of this policy and the changes as presented in the recommendation package. We feel that they reflect changes in emergency preparedness needs and provide a balanced approach to fire and life safety principles that are the foundation of our Kansas code. Does anybody have any questions? Mine was pretty short and sweet. Yes.
I have a question on the exception, the 10.10.2.7 exception.
Mm-hmm.
So this, I think the intent is that you're trying to capture things that are already installed, but the wording I think could be misinterpreted to say in a new construction or renovation situation that I could choose as a designer to specify an old device because it had been previously approved. I think that just could be misinterpreted. I don't think that's what you want to happen there. You're just saying that if it's in place already, you're not going to tag it as a violation. But I think you ought to clarify that, like, it just says devices listed on the approved locking guide maintained by the fire marshal that have been previously approved may continue to be used. And I think that could be misinterpreted to say I could specify one of those old devices today.
Not with the next sentence.
facilities. When it goes into effect, you can't buy it or use after July 1, 2027. So it does put it
Put
last
into service.
possible date.
Okay, so I was just thinking like the school district has like 50 of them and you're thinking we can still put one in if they've already bought it? You're okay with that? Then,
No, we would say if they had and put into service would be the portion that would hit that, then.
Yeah, they've been approved, or previously approved, or previously in service. I would say that, because yeah, Jane makes a good point. As a designer, if you're saying, well, that's on the approved list, so if someone has access to them, I can still design it with those locks.
Would it help you if you put and installed after the approved, maintained by the state fire marshal that had been previously approved and installed?
yeah, that's what I was looking for, I guess, that it was some sort of existing condition that we were saying was okay to remain.
Put installed in the last sentence. Shall not install or put into service after the light.
Purchased or installed.
Yeah, you do that too.
Our goal is, these devices are expensive. And we don't want schools who already have budget challenges to have to go back and buy all new devices because we're adopting new code.
Ryan says they've got plenty of money.
So we just put doors with locks in.
No.
Yeah, I do think it's tricky to have a blended approach to the language, like it's trying to address inspections and also design intent for new projects, right? And so if we just have to be careful to kind of make those two things clear. It seems like it requires some interpretation, I guess.
Sorry, Rachel, on the preceding paragraph, wildfire training, is there a specific training that is required and someone who provides that to be included?
Up to the fire code official, because it has to be approved. And I know we don't have that in front of us, but on each and every one of these, there's the ops. If you're familiar with this chapter, it has each type of occupancy.
Oh, okay.
And it says an approved emergency plan by occupancy. So this would just be in addition to those. So it would be the same thing.
So it would be approved by the fire official.
Yeah.
To be the consideration there, and then in place with the rest of the chapter of that, would it be clear?
And maybe it would be helpful on that one, the wildfire, to get a little bit of a why. I'm not sure if everyone realizes March last year, we lost a nursing home that was directly next to an area of extreme fire danger, right? Very fortunately, the operator of that home, the person there who made the decision, when they smelled smoke, they started the evacuation and they got those 18 people out. But it came down to literally them running down the street with wheelers with people ahead of the fire, right? So we want to make sure there was no requirement for anyone to plan for that. But if they're in that area, that's a hazard that we have in Kansas now. It's getting worse. And so we just wanted to make sure that that's part of it, if that helps.
And we do encourage people when they're doing emergency planning to work with their county emergency managers. Every county has one, and their function is to help with that emergency planning. Yes, Jeff.
About the locking devices, can you help me understand, based upon what you're changing, how the current code does not allow that? What are the specifics? Because there's been 20 years of modifications that's happened where they have made lots of code changes allowing just what you guys are doing. So I'm not convinced that these things that you allowed way back then are not already accepted out of the code. I don't think we need this, is my point.
We're not saying that. In fact, the area in black that you're seeing here is the existing 2024 language. All we've done is put an exception the existing devices continue to be used.
And I understand that, but what I'm trying to say, those existing devices are probably not deficient per this code. They're probably acceptable.
No, they are not.
They have to be unlockable from the outside.
There's an exception to that.
Well, yeah, we'll put the exception in.
If you go through
Okay,
and you
is there an
look at all of
exception in the
those
existing
four
code?
exceptions and go to all of those exceptions and those items, I'm not convinced that what we are trying to do isn't already done. That's my point.
What exceptions? I'm not aware of any exceptions to it other than what we added.
The door shall be capable of being unlocked from outside the room with a key or other approved means. And a number of these do not do that at all.
So you have a device inside of a room that is non-openable from the outside of the room.
Correct.
Which is totally against everything, because my point being is, there's been lots of code changes over the last 20 years that have attempted to address these exact concerns. And what we're doing is we are lessening the requirements for these existing conditions that don't meet the minimum. And if we play through, and maybe a question for the attorneys, if we play through that we allow these existing, knowing that it's not the minimum code of today, who has the liability for that? There's been 20 years of changes of what the code allows us to do. And I'm concerned that we're going backwards by allowing some of these previous, and this is a common theme throughout all 14 of these proposals, because we're allowing stuff that was wrong back then, or allowed back then, to remain in the code today. At some point, we got to say, how much is enough?
I think we're doing that by allowing, but not allowing them to continue using those devices when they change them or they can't purchase them anymore. As time goes, it's just like Ryan said, that they bought locking doors for all their rooms. So we are, I think, setting that, but we just solely don't have the money to go out and replace all those now.
How many doors?
Megan, go ahead.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe 3,000 across the district.
so
Yeah.
multiply that by $500 to $700 per security device. Schools can't afford that. So we're.
And Jack, I do appreciate your standpoint, but there is a whole other portion of this in what the requirement is. We're not only to adopt a code, we're to adopt a reasonable code. And so when we look at that, we have to take all those other things into consideration, not just life safety itself. We have to look at the realities of Kansas. So in a perfect world, I agree with you 100%. But we have to live within the financial realities of our state.
So why can't?
Jane?
Doesn't it work already though? I guess to Jack's point a little bit, like the only time a facility is going to come upon this question of whether these devices can remain in place, right? We're not allowing them to be put in the future. So we have a situation where they're already installed, and that's what you're trying to deal with here. So is that an inspection problem? Because you guys go in and you do some sort of inspection outside of any construction or renovation or permit question? Why do we need to address this? Because when the project is being designed or renovated or changed at all, then you have provisions in the building code and in the fire code that talk about how things might be grandfathered in if they're not being changed as a part of the construction, right? So why do we need this as a separate exception? It wouldn't fall under the normal grandfathering of existing conditions?
It was not in the fire code. It was an exception that was granted. So it's not in the code. Those are not in the 2006 code.
Well, if the doors aren't being changed as a part of the project, they're outside scope? Why would they be under question at all? Yeah, you have an answer?
This is not the doors itself. This is not the hardware on the doors. These are devices that are being added after the fact to secure the door, such as
Right.
taking a section of fire hose and sliding it over the closer arms to prevent the door from being open, or some type of device that they're installing that goes in the floor or in the wall on the inside only that locks the door. Those were not addressed in fire code. And to your point earlier, fire code is only looking at fire code. And as a fire guy, I do appreciate that the fire marshal's office is trying to look at this from a perspective of what's best for Kansas, and they're trying to balance security, child safety, along with fire code. And that's the whole point of this amendment, is to find that balancing act of, yes, we're meeting the intent of the fire code, but we're also allowing some grace to allow these schools to lock down when need be.
Megan?
I was just gonna speak to two things. One, the cost, and I appreciate the comment about thinking about Kansas. I mean, our providers are already insanely underfunded. We can't make those changes, it just wouldn't be possible. And then to the point about when they're looking at that, I mean, the fire marshal's coming in and our licensing process every 1 to 2 years, and so they're coming in and taking a look at those things.
And the chair entertain a motion.
Well, wait, let's hold on for a second. So are there any further questions for Rachel? Jack?
So these 3 changes, 1 locking, 2 severe weather, 3 wildland, why aren't they covered in a regulation like we have done in the past, a KAR, since they are specific to certain occupancies? Why do we have to, I'm still struggling with it. I asked that question earlier. We have there's 23 current KARs that the fire marshal office has adopted. One of which we just talked about in RP1, which was the code footprint. All of those requirements in code footprint just got copied over to the fire life safety document, and it's now there. Why was it wrong in being a KAR? It's been that way since.
Have you ever tried to find a KAR if you're not a
Yeah,
lawyer?
they're right on the very first webpage.
Well, not all of them.
No, so the intent is to make this document
Not all.
as easy as possible for our constituents, so all the information is one place. This is a regulation, as I explained earlier. Every one of these pieces here are a regulation. Everything that we adopt as regulation as the state fire marshal is considered the state fire code. I understand this is the international fire code, but we look at it in state statute as a much larger area than that.
So a regulation, and correct me if I'm wrong, can be modified by the organization. It does not have to go to legislature. The
Depending on
individual,
costs,
you wanna make,
What we're doing right now is we are working on a regulation. This-
so if you wanna change some of this red 6 months after it's adopted, you gotta go back to legislature, or can you just?
We have to go through that whole process, the 12-step process that he put out. Unless it's some.
If the change you make has an implementation cost of over $1 million within the first 5 years, then it requires legislative ratification. If it does not, barring some other specific provision of law, then it just has to go through the Rules and Regulations Act process that Jared read, which obviously my office, Division of Budget, public comment hearing, and then as secretaries.
And that's one of the reasons this legislation was put like this, because we just finished simply changing the name in regulation from one computer system to another in our state fire reporting, because the new program came, and it took 18 months for that change to go through before it was actually made.
Luckily, that kind of change is faster now. It's just
Now.
a technical amendment statute.
But just give you an idea. So none of this is going to be, I think you're asking, could we just go in and backdoor this stuff? No, there really is a process in place there's a lot of public, I mean, we have to go through all this to change these regulations.
And isn't what we come up here with gonna be submitted through rules and regs essentially, or like?
Yes.
So like this will become the new regulation. That's why, I mean, this is KAR. This is what we're talking about, amending the existing KAR that you're referring to into what we come up with here.
But we're not getting rid of all the KARs. We're not inventing all the KARs, so we're still gonna have some. So we've cherry picked the ones that, and I don't even know how we got to this point.
I'm calling Rick Van. I'm assuming that at some point, we're gonna look at what statutes say, what the KARs say, and make recommendations to the legislature about, we have incorporated these KARs into this model code that we're working on. So the fire marshal would get rid of the duplicate KARs. And oh yeah, by the way, legislature, you should probably get rid of the references to the 1976 building code, and clean that up. Is that correct? Is that where the next
You are correct.
process is?
Yep, is
Okay.
within this process. So,
Okay.
and there are a number of the KARs that will be stricken, that are actually being put in here, and then the KAR themselves. So,
This will probably be the only fire code out of all the ICC ones that are doing the organization that will address severe weather in the body of the document.
well, this will be the only one that pertains to the state of Kansas and what we need here. So that's, we are building a custom document based on the 2024 International Fire Code for our state. So yes, it's gonna be different.
But also, I'm in favor, maybe I'm speaking for myself, but I'm in favor of the severe weather piece as someone who represents firefighters across the state. I mean, I had firefighters from my hometown driving 4 and 5 hours out west, fighting fires for a week that were wildfires that they were fighting across. We had sections of I-35 get shut down this year. We had sections of I-70 get shut down this year, all from wildfires. At some point, we have to adapt, and maybe they don't have wildfires in Minnesota, but I don't live in Minnesota. So, I mean, that's
But that has nothing to, this chain has nothing to do with your firefighters. This is telling employees how to deal with it.
Most of that's under statute anyways.
Yeah.
And this doesn't even begin to cover the statutes that guide how we have to operate. It just is essentially nothing in comparison to the other regulations.
For the CMS level, we're doing most of that anyway.
Why are we putting it
So
in?
we're just now making sure all of our bodies are doing it, which they already have been.
Yeah, because these are some of our occupancies of education. We have the I occupancies, right? But we also want that to go for our other occupancies. We want to make sure the cantons are safe.
So does that mean I gotta do that for my office building?
Are you in Kansas? I mean, this code would apply to your office, as does all of you. You already have it.
Well, what I would ask you is, are you in an area that is adjacent to an area of higher extreme wildfire risk? Because that's what it limits it to.
But I am in severe weather area.
Go ahead for these occupancy codes.
This is probably something that the local jurisdiction will not have.
Okay, so before Jack, before we got here, we've had multiple meetings. And we sat here for 2 days also with local fire marshals and everybody else. This has all gone through that process to get here.
And they've
Okay.
accepted all of these.
And they have, I don't remember anyone objecting to any of these. There were things that they did ask us there were some things that we broke out into a separate KAR at their request. But the majority, I don't recall any objections to any of that.
And there were no objections to being safe in severe weather.
No. Jane.
I was just trying to find, I thought it was in here, but maybe you know, I was trying to figure out, so the employee training for severe weather or wildfire, that applies to any employee in any business of any building type in the state?
Correct.
So like every small mom and pop restaurant or home business, they have to have a wildfire training if they're in the area. And then everyone has to do severe weather training.
Not a home.
Okay, not a dwelling home, but like an employee of any business, any type of.
So are you familiar with this chapter of the International Fire Code?
I'm just wondering what
Yeah,
is
so
ahead of this that
if-
defines the occupancy?
If you were, the International Fire Code in this requires emergency planning for every single type of occupancy in the state. This is simply just saying severe weather should be part of that.
Okay,
That's all it is. There's already a requirement for every different type of occupancy above this in the code.
okay.
We just said severe weather, and if you're next to an area that's gonna fire, we should have a plan for that.
Okay. I wonder if people really do that. I mean, I know a lot of people that do that.
It's part of our inspections.
Okay.
Yes, if you look at most buildings, so like a tornado shelter sign.
Oh, sure, yeah, I think organized buildings, people that run buildings do. I just was thinking about all that.
Well, and quite frankly, with the way that so many of these storms are changing, I see it all the time in insurance policies when they're starting to put requirements like that on there, where someone's not gonna come in and do a property or casualty insurance claim on a building if they say, well, you should have had some sort of plan for massive flooding. Your area floods 3 times a year and you didn't do anything, we're not gonna cover the building. So quite frankly, I think it's smart to put it in something like this to prepare folks like that in small pop businesses, because if insurance isn't gonna cover the damages, then what are they left with at that point? And so, that's huge. I just dealt with a policy in Florida where they won't cover unless you have some sort of preparedness for hurricanes at this point. So you've gotta do it. I mean, it's the changing times.
So I appreciate the discussion, but let me bring it back in. And then we can entertain a motion. We can actually have that discussion and work this. Sharon?
I would move that the changes submitted in RP-04 be approved with the following. Section 1010.2.7, the exception should be revised to read exception. Devices listed on the approved door locking device guide maintained by the state fire marshal that have been previously approved, installed, and remaining in service may continue to be used. Any device not complying with number 1 shall not be purchased, installed, or put into service after July 1st, 2027.
Did you get all
I'll second if you repeat it.
I will repeat it. The change to the exception was exception devices listed on the approved door locking device guide maintained by the state fire marshal that have been previously approved, installed, and remaining in service may continue to be used. Any device not complying with number 1 shall not be purchased, installed, or put into service after July 1, 2027.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Thank you, Rachel. Look at you. Thank you, Sharon.
Approved, went up.
Yeah.
We were never gonna get that first one approved. All right. What's gonna happen today? Great. Maybe tomorrow's time to walk, not today.
All right, Rachel, you're on a roll. We're jumping to number 7.
So now I will be presenting on recommendation package number 7, residential board care facilities. So residential board care facilities provide housing and care services to individuals who require assistance while allowing them to remain in a home-like environment. Historically, these occupancies have been regulated by NFPA 101 Life Safety Code, and we currently have the 2006 edition adopted, and KAR 22-11-8. Jurisdictions who have adopted a local fire code have all adopted the International Fire Code. Nobody in Kansas besides us has the life safety code adopted for these facilities. This creates inconsistencies between local and state requirements. It causes uncertainty for facility operators, designers, and local fire officials regarding which code applies and what life safety requirements are to be followed. This was identified as a major concern during our agency's legislative post-audit earlier this year. So this is part of our attempt to address that. While the Life Safety Code and the International Fire Code are very similar, there are some inconsistencies. This recommendation package incorporating language from the Life Safety Code into the Kansas Fire Code. The goal is to provide a single, consistent code framework throughout the state while maintaining the existing level of life safety without any additional regulatory burdens to facility operators. So some of the changes we've made, sorry. Between the Life Safety Code and the International Fire Code are the things that is inconsistent. The Life Safety Code defines residential board of care occupancies as facilities with 4 or more residents. The International Fire Code classifies these facilities as a group R4. Group R is residential, and then it's subdivided into 4 subgroups based on what type of occupancy it is. Which they define it as a facility with more than 5 residents. So instead of starting at 4, we start at 6. The emergency preparedness procedures remain largely unchanged. Section 403.2 was changed to extend the facility's required emergency plan review from 2-month intervals to every 3 months. It does add that staff is required to receive fire extinguisher training and puts in language that new staff is required to be trained upon hire. I don't think either of these things aren't things that aren't already being done. We are simply putting it into code. All staff training is required to be documented. And then section 403.2.3.4 adds the requirement for staff to participate in drills an additional 2 times per year on each shift, and that is staff only. The resident drill frequency has been a point of contention between facility operators and our office over the requirements listed in fire code. The Life Safety Code currently requires 6 drills per year on a bi-monthly basis, and at least 2 of these drills have to be conducted overnight while residents are sleeping. And all 6 of these drills require full evacuation to an assembly point specified in the emergency plan. These requirements will significantly change in the new Kansas Fire Code. Section 405.3 requires residents to participate in 2 drills per year. And we have added in that one of those does need to be a full evacuation. There's no requirement for drills while residents are sleeping, which should eliminate some of the contention between our 2 groups. For sprinklers, the Life Safety Code contains an exception for facilities where you're taking a traditional residential home and converting that to a care home. That exception allows them to not install a sprinkler system retroactively when there are 8 or fewer residents. Residents can evacuate within 3 minutes. That exception does not exist in the International Fire Code. So for the Kansas Code, we have an exception into section 903.2.8 of the Kansas Fire Code. And it is listed as exception number 3. We also added in section 906.2, we added an exception that allows portable fire extinguishers to be kept in staff areas as opposed to being distributed easily accessible throughout the facility in facilities where there may be behavior issues or specialized security needs. We received a lot of questions about that from facilities who are having issues with their residents discharging fire extinguishers to cause problems. So this would help with that. We also added requirements for de-escalation rooms. Many facilities choose to use these to provide a space for residents to de-escalate harmful behaviors. This was added as section 1010.2.17. We added requirements to ensure that the resident is under constant supervision while they were in this room. There either has to be a fail-safe or unattended release hardware device installed to where the person watching over them is physically holding the lock in place. And as soon as they let go, the door can open, making sure nobody can be trapped. If that hardware includes an electronic locking device, it has to be set up to disengage upon loss of power or fire alarm activation. Because again, we don't want an emergency to happen, staff runs off and you have somebody trapped and need de-escalation. If the door latches into the frame, it is required to have a release mechanism within the room. All of this to prevent anybody being unintentionally trapped and unable to escape. We also added section 1016.2, which we from the life safety code that prohibits emergency egress through a garage. Garages are considered a higher hazard area because of what is stored in them and may pose safety risks during emergency evacuation. We don't want people having additional problems trying to escape. We also added language in 1023.1 about stairways. Stairways can be required to be enclosed by 1 hour fire-rated walls and are required to have doors at the top and bottom to create a protected escape path. We added an exception in 1023.1 to allow for the stairways that are open and serving a single story to not have those doors. And then in 1023.2 to allow those stairways to be constructed to a half-hour fire rating, which is traditional sheetrock, black and plaster that accomplishes that without them having to go in and add additional construction products. Concerns with adoption of this, because the life safety code and the international are formatted differently, stakeholders will need to become familiar with the new code references. However, we've done our best to ensure that none of the fire and life safety requirements themselves have changed. The Department of Aging and Disability Service has expressed concerns regarding the change of definition. Because Group R4 begins at 6 or more persons receiving care, as opposed to life safety code definition being 4. There are several homes that are currently within our regulation that will know the Kansas Fire Code. So we do recommend the adoption of the changes presented in this recommendation package. These changes promote greater consistency among state and local officials while maintaining equivalent levels of fire and life safety without imposing additional regulatory requirements on the facilities themselves. This
And I'm gonna go ahead and break here where I owe you a break. So we'll be back in at 2:55, and then you guys can ask Rachel all kinds of questions. Thank you.
Sure, sure.
In 906.2, number 4, is there a definition of specialized security needs?
It is defined.
I'll find it.
And that is very possible, as Mark had mentioned earlier, we did our best with it, and ICC will be catching our mistakes.
Because 039 is our use. And then I guess I would question, why are we adding all of that in if it's already covered in the last section we just did? Under emergency preparedness. We just talked about
What do you
fire
specific-
safety plan, training, all of that was already covered in 403. that-
This is
Your last
real. Real is separate from plan and training.
You still gotta do everything that's in 403.
And they work together. That some of it did fall under emergency preparedness. I was talking about stuff that is specific to long-term occupancies. It's still in the emergency preparedness section.
So now it's gonna have duplicative fire safety planning.
No, it's one section. I covered it in 2 different
We're
recommendation
trying to break
packages,
it
but it's
down so
one
that we're doing it by subject matter, so that it's easier for the group to get, right? So yes, she was in chapter 4 before, we're in chapter 4 now. But it's all part of, it's the same document, it's the same pieces. So no, it doesn't duplicate. Okay.
Linda, did you have something?
I was just gonna say that specialized security needs is defined in NFPA, it's not defined in ICC, but we made a note that we need to add that to our definitions in the ICC documentation. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm a code nerd. Thank you.
No, we tried to catch as many as we could, but
Okay, thank you.
You guys should get together for dinner.
I
The code.
really am a
That's
code
where
nerd.
it's
Yeah.
made from you, so thanks.
we will add that.
Go ahead, Larry.
Katie had expressed that concern, I guess, if it changes in the numbers from 4 to 6. So what happens now if we adopt this for anybody 5 or less?
They will no longer be inspected by our office.
Yes.
Do they really want questions?
Moving on.
I was just gonna ask if you knew about how many people fell in the 504 resident category. So that how many homes are dropping out of the I've litigated on this issue for the fire marshal's office, so I was just kind of curious.
Kate has provided our office regarding that, and it's approximately 120 or half of their offices that they have.
Megan?
I'll just share that with CMS guidelines for final rule settings, this is a big conflict between individuals privately leasing their homes. And we have a lot of homes where 4 individuals live and 4 of us live together without issue. And then we start impeding on their individual choice when we bring in sprinklers and signage and things like that.
Jack?
Just clarifying that the table, 405.3, every requirement that you're changing is lessening the requirements.
Correct.
Is that the intent?
Yes.
Yes.
Because
To bring it in line with state statute.
like R4, it says semi-annual each shift. So now we're saying semi-annual with a drill. So does that mean if they got 3 shifts, all they need to do is 1?
Staff has to do semi-annually, 2 on each shift, but resident trainings, resident drills are only semi-annually, period.
Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, but to that point, this brings it more in line with state statute, correct?
Correct.
Which is the whole intent of these changes. Not necessarily to lesser requirements, but to be more consistent with state statute.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure we can debate whether it's a good idea to specifically lay out the number of fire drills that a school should have in state law. But instead of just saying they shall do them and there shall be rules and regulations, or, you know, but we do have that. It's very specific. As mentioned before, 2 tornado drills, 4 fire drills, and 3 crisis drills. Can you see how excited Ryan is about those? Yeah.
But back to my point, we are changing it from semi-annual each shift for a fire drill for an R4 to just do 1 semi-annual or 2 a year, period. If they got 3 shifts.
Where does it require it semi-annually for residents?
What's table 4.3? Fire and evacuation drill.
He's looking at the last.
So that's an R3.
The bottom
And what
of
the
that.
code said was semi-shift. So that means every shift, if I got 6, I gotta do 2 a year. That's a total of 6. The way it reads right now, out of all shifts, I only have to do 2. Is that your intent?
Yes.
So you could have a shift that never does a fire.
But for the residents, those residents are there for all 3 shifts. There is another part of it that requires staff to do an additional 2 on each shift so that we're covering the people who change. The residents don't change from shift to shift.
I understand that. So what's table 40534? Staff or residents?
Jeff, are you talking about where it's crossed off, the part that says on each shift? Is that what you're reading?
The very bottom where it says R4, the red reads with 1 drill requiring full building evacuation. It used to say semi-annual per shift.
It used to say
Now
per
we
shift.
move the per shift. And all we need to do is semi-annual, 2 of them a year, no matter how many shifts we got. And one of those has to do a full evacuation. Amanda?
So part of the problem, and just as a reminder, we are currently under NFPA 101 life safety code for these facility types. And as Rachel stated, these facility types currently are drilling 6 times per year on a bi-monthly basis with 2 held at night. We had a legislative hearing this last session, and we battled this, litigated this a couple times regarding these drills held at night. And it is very consistent amongst the providers and also our local jurisdictions that having residents drill in the middle of the night has the ability to create issues in terms of mobility, trips, falls, and it ends up creating a hazard in the name of fire prevention. Whereas this, where we're taking this is we've already talked about how we're enhancing our emergency preparedness of staff, making sure that staff have good emergency preparedness plans. They are drilling, they are practicing this multiple times a year. The residents themselves, whereas it said semi-annually on each shift, we are going with semi-annual twice a year. We have had multiple conversations with local jurisdictions where they actually want to be present for these drills to help account for some of the trips and falls and things like that that take place in these facilities. Additionally, in the life safety code, even though it was 6 times per year, there was an exception even in the life safety code that said residents who cannot meaningfully participate in their evacuations did not have to participate. And so what we ended up having happen is we would have residents that would participate during the day, and at night, all of a sudden, all the residents, we can't meaningfully participate at night. And there was really nothing that we could do about it because the code allowed this. So when you start to look at this, we are moving laterally across these codes, but we are taking into account the fact that having these residents with specialized needs and exceptionalities are now no longer required to participate in overnight drills, which leads to meltdowns, which leads to greater issues on the facility side and creates additional issues perhaps on our first responders and having to help with those. Also.
Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions?
I might have a question actually for Robert on the AG side of rules and regs and stuff. So if we were to change statute that then affects this, does it just go ahead and, I mean, we don't have to do this again and go through the whole rules and regs process?
But if you put rules in place by statute, and the Rules and Regs Act, it's not implicated in every shape or form, and statute will override the changes to the authority or substance of what can be enacted. It's like if you override something, if you by statute adopt the whole 2024 code, and good luck to your advisors if you do that. But if you did all that, then any regs that they adopted that are inconsistent with it would just be a legal null. They would still exist on paper, but they have no force in effect.
I guess like what I'm getting at is right now you're trying to bring this up to what statute is, right? What we have in front of us, the table.
Yes.
So if we were to change it next week, then that's why I'm curious. I figured it would just, you'd white out and say, we don't need to go through the regs process because statutes are.
If the regulation said, standards consistent with, KSA 33134, and the legislature changed 34 down the road, then the reference remains current. It's only if there's a specific number in reg for like 3 crisis drills, you can change it to 4 because you don't like Ryan. Then that statute controls and the regulation requires then doesn't have an effect.
So are there situations like that that we need to have, or are they already in here to make sure that if the legislature years from now wants to change this table?
Hopefully.
Point of order. We're also supposed to be creating a process where we are updating this regularly. So hopefully in 10 years, we don't have that.
But that's just kind of like, if we're trying to bring it up to statute and we're taking regs that need to be brought up to statute, I wonder, do we need to put in guardrails to never have to deal with this whole process again?
You're gonna have to every time they have a new code. 2028, 2032, 2036. I'm retired by 2036, retired by 2028. But I mean, it's never static. And even you can write a statute or an ordinance thinking I've thought of everything there is to think of, and then somebody says marijuana should be legal. Oh, well, okay. So we have to roll it back. So I appreciate that. It's almost impossible to do from a drafting standpoint.
Okay.
But I do think
you would have these commissions, you would have all these meetings and drafting conversations with the legislature to do it at that level. That would be the only way to obviate all of this.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jake.
I was just gonna say, I think a good example of that was the statute that gave a lot of governance to the fire marshal that said it was the 1960 building code, and the 1963 building code, and it went all the way through. And then at the very last one said, and after 2000, they can adopt regulations that says they can increase the code. I think that's the best example of how to solve that one, is try to give them some purview. But I do also think that there's probably ways on certain topics, maybe not this one, that, to your point, that the legislature could make the better guardrails, or maybe just control it.
Just trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
What's
helpful?
Jack.
But as I understand it, if these were to remain as a KAR, you could make changes in-house without having to go through this whole process.
No, it's the same process.
The regulatory promulgation process was still have to follow make changes to the KAR.
It's the
So
it's the
if you
same
want to
thing.
change something in the code footprint criteria, it's got to go through the legislature and they got to approve the change.
It has to go through the full 12-point code adoption. The only difference is when we do it has to be ratified if it's going to cost over $1 million over 5 years.
There's a joint committee on rules and regulations that will analyze portions of those KAR2.
But it's a lengthy process no matter what. Yeah, it's easier to change state law than it is KAR.
Lastly, there's no definition for de-escalation room.
Is that a question or
Comment. It should be defined in the document. If you're gonna use it in 10.217, we need to define what it is.
We'll make note of that. Thank you.
I don't know where it came from. Is it a 101 thing? I don't even think 101 has a de-escalation.
It comes from what's being done across the state. They're in schools, they're in homes, they're in all kinds of facilities.
I'm not disagreeing that they're not there, but the point I'm trying to make is it's not defined what it is.
We can fix that. Thank you.
Rachel, sorry, just to make sure I'm reading this properly, so, under exceptions, number 3, a conversion sprinkler shall not be required for occupancy serving 8 or fewer residents as long as they can evacuate in 3 minutes, right?
Correct.
And then am I remembering correctly, the baseline code is 5 or more? So,
To be considered, or, yes.
yeah, so group home with 5 or more residents, sprinklers, and unless they can evacuate within 3 minutes, then we can go to 8. Right, without sprinklers. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so that I'm clear, because I think it was asked a little bit ago, and I'm sorry. Under 903.2.8, in that list of exceptions, the only exception you're currently looking at is number 3, which says in conversion, sprinklers shall not be required in group R4 occupancies serving 8 or fewer residents when all occupants have the ability to complete a building evacuation within 3 minutes.
Correct.
So the rest of that, the rest of those exceptions, we're going to be dealing with in another RP. But, okay, just on that one item, and obviously the rest of it is in, but just that one, correct? Okay. Any further questions?
Yeah, page, section 1023.1, exception number 2. That exception is specific to I-4 family care homes. Why is that not addressed in RPO 6?
Where?
Is that specifically family care homes?
Oh, so
We aren't talking about that exception in this recommendation.
we're talking about residential board and care, not family child care homes.
So why is it in this section? That's my
But the section applies to all occupancies.
It's the way
All
the
I'm
code.
looking at is R4s, which was exception 1. The other one will be covered in a different package.
1023.1 is covered both in RPO 7 and RPO 6. Because one covers residential board and care, one covers family child care homes, which would then cover both exceptions.
Okay, thank you, Rachel.
Thank you very much.
I'd entertain a motion so we can start discussion.
I move.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, move to approve and adopt staff's recommendations.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All right, discussion? All right, going once. Seeing, go ahead, Danielle.
Can I make an amendment to add the 2 definitions that we talked about, one for the specialized security needs and the other one for the de-escalation room?
I would second that.
Okay,
Friendly motion.
yep, so it would be friendly amendment, excellent.
Is that definition will be in chapter 2 there?
Yes, we'll place that in the definitions.
What'd you
Excellent.
say, de-escalation and?
De-escalation rooms and specialized security needs, just about that, which I think is an FPA definition.
And there are definitions for that already somewhere?
Yes, that they're in the NFPA, we just have to
Okay,
switch them.
okay. I didn't know if we're making up definitions.
So does that motion specifically say it will be in chapter 2, just for clarity?
I would be happy to add that to my motion. Yes, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? All right, moving forward. Oh, yeah, so it is.
It's down.
No. Specialized security.
Right there, that's okay.
Who's up?
We're gonna.
Up to you guys. Ready to go back?
Yes, we're gonna go back to order.
Okay, sounds good.
We unfortunately do not have our Rachel tomorrow, our emotional support Rachel tomorrow. We'll let her go first.
Okay, so we're on we're going back to number 2.
We're now on recommendation package number 2 for open burning. And the recommendation package that is before you guys today is, I guess, recommending the adoption of the proposed amendments to section 307 of the International Fire Code, which governs open burning, recreational fires, bonfires, and portable outdoor fireplaces. The primary purpose of the amendments is regulatory consistency between fire code and the existing regulations. Currently, requirements addressing open burning are found in multiple different places. They are found in the International Fire Code, which provides the fire safety framework, while the KDHE or the Kansas Department of Health and Environment regulations is what regulates the air quality and open burning through Kansas administrative regulations. These proposed amendments are, the purpose is to bring those requirements into better alignment so that fire code and the existing regulations are working together from the same framework. The amendment specifically identifies consistency with those regulations as a reason for several of the proposed changes. So if you look at your Appendix A, the provided changes that are in there. Just as we've gone over all the other ones, everything that's written in black is what is currently in the 2024 edition of the IFC. Everything in red is what our proposed amendments are. And just to go down the list of them, we've got the 307.1. The amended language mirrors KAR 2819-645 and 2819-646. Which are part of KDHE's ambient air quality standards and air pollution control regulations. So that is just mirror the language in that for regulatory consistency. 307.11, the authority to restrict or prohibit burning resides with the fire code official and provides specific circumstances. The existing code language was too general and did not assign authority for this. The exception amended to ensure that only firefighters authorized by an emergency incident commander can conduct prescribed burning or backfire operations, wildland fires when burning is otherwise restricted or 307.1.2 is also amended for regulatory consistency with Douglas for KAR 2819-647, which again falls into Article 19 for KDHE's ambient air quality standards and air pollution control. Same thing for 307.1.3. 307.2 provides local authority for the general procedures used by Kansas fire departments to permit and regulate open burning. 307.2.1 is amended for regulatory consistency with KDHE. 307.3 ensures that all types of open burning found adding to hazardous situation or otherwise in violation of the code may be extinguished. 307.5 was amended to ensure that an adult is present and that there are means of extinguishing the fire present.
It removes the requirements for a 4A fire extinguisher or fire code approval needed for the extinguishing systems for reasonableness. 307.6 was amended for regulatory consistency with KDHE regulations, as was 307.6.1. Concerns that may be brought up with this one. Some stakeholders may view the additional permitting requirements of KDHE coordination as increasing their administrative responsibilities. We're not trying to create an entirely new system for regulating open burning in Kansas. We are trying to make the fire code consistent with requirements that already exist under Kansas law and KDHE regulations, while providing clear fire safety authority and expectations for local fire officials. The results should be a more consistent regulatory framework, less confusion for property owners and fire officials, as well as better coordination between local fire officials, KDHE, our office, and improved public safety. I will stand for questions.
Kylie.
This is just out of curiosity. I live over in Manhattan next to Fort Riley. So like, how is it handled with bases when they burn? Is that exemption that we talked about earlier with the federal stuff?
It's federal.
Covering that?
They
So
can, the feds can do whatever they want. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure what we talked about earlier is
Yes.
covering that piece. Thank you.
Does,
Oh, Larry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
307.5, that attendance, does that apply to 1 and 2 family dwellings as well?
So we, at the State Fire Marshal's Office, we do not have authority in buildings used fully as 1 and 2 family dwellings. We do, however, still have authority outside of those buildings. So we can require that all fires, regardless of what type of property they're on, minus the fencing and fencing, be attended by somebody.
Yeah, in that change, the attendance was just, you can't leave your 4-year-old out there and it's attended, right? But under the actual, it doesn't, say that. So we just added that to make sure it was clear it's an adult. By on the actual code, it requires specifically you have a 4 BC fire extinguisher sitting there. Well, garden hose, I mean, it's Kansas. We just do things a little different, right? Kind of giving it more latitude.
Mark, I believe I've met some 4-year-olds that may be better suited to watch a fire than some 18-year-olds.
I've met some of your 18-year-olds and I'll Oh, I'm sorry, Chad, go ahead.
Question on number 307.6. The first sentence, adjacent to, is that gonna lead to confusion as far as vagueness or interpretation of adjacent? I'm just throwing that out there.
I think the intent of that was just that it be immediately like adjacent to the building. But I can see what you're saying. Do you have?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, well, we may get there here in I might think on that one.
Yeah, we can absolutely make a note of that. Let's do some more thinking, some more digging.
Because I know how people can be and that can be interpreted.
Yeah,
Call
unfortunately.
that the Chad Mayberry assessment.
Yeah, Chad Mayberry rule.
So the current code says 25 feet.
Is being adjacent is 25 feet.
Talks about in 307.42 recreational fires, and it's not recreation. It says within 25 feet.
And that's still in there as far as those portions. Robert?
I just check and make sure that these don't run afoul of like KDHE's regulatory authority, and that there's not, just like statute gives the air quality authority, which is kind of where their open authority regulations power come from. We don't have 2 agencies trying to create rules of the same issue, especially one seems to have primary role in that question.
So what we've done is taken their regulations, we've met with them, and we've taken that and rolled them in. And what it allows then is, it allows, instead of a KDHE having to be called, and they don't have that many folks, whatever else, this allows now a fire chief in their area to be the person enforcing. Does that make sense?
It does. I guess the underlying question is, if they've been given statutory authority to in the area, explicitly your statutory authority to regulate in the area, even in a way that's complementary to what they're exercising if they already have that authority.
So their authority is the fire itself. It's what the fire is giving off. And our authority is on the fire and on the safety of it, right? And that we don't have a fire get away and burn down a community. So it is interesting. We're just trying to make sure that we're not getting into their area. We're not, and they're not into ours.
Those lines will, that's just gonna be a tricky legality question.
Sure.
So we'll talk about more.
And that's been.
We don't have to do it now.
Okay, yeah, we'll figure that out. And that's existed, actually, the existing code actually conflicts with.
Right, I understand that. It's just, we're getting into adoption. Punch on that.
Yep. I'm sorry, Chad.
And to that point, having the good fortune to live in a county previously that was under the lovely smoke management plan, 307.1.1, on that list, I remember, they also have ceremonial fires included in that list on theirs.
Oh, in the 307.11.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just something to think about.
Yeah, that is a question, because the question of that is that if you're talking residential cooking fires or a ceremonial fire or something done in a single family, is that accommodated for, or does this get too broad?
Is recreational fires defined?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, it's actually, okay, too.
What would be considered a ceremonial fire?
Well, see, that's one, from the fire service guy, that's one question we've always had for KDHE and never been answered. We didn't interpret that, whether, I don't know, you call it National Hot Dog Day, and you have a ceremony honoring a hot dog. I honestly don't know what the definition of that is.
Or was it founded in like Native American?
But you'll have to ask somebody from KDHE.
Well, I could be making, I'm Norwegian, I could be making lefse over the fire, it could be a ceremony, you know?
What is other ignitions and activities, so would that cover?
The intent of this area was really to be like, you know, we're in a red flag kind of condition and to give that prohibition because unfortunately we have people who don't care. Danielle understands that. And, you know, it's very frustrating. We had farmers trying to put down fire in the midst of one of the largest fires in the state here a few months ago. And we had put law enforcement, some of our agents basically on them to stop them from doing it. So
yeah.
Oh, was that you?
No, I may have heard about it.
Oh, okay.
Like Mark
I thought Melanie was there.
Yeah, like Mark
Okay.
said, the part of this proposal is really just clarification for the authority of the fire official to be able to restrict or prohibit burning during droughts, severe weather, periods of wildfire danger, it's our red flag warnings, and those different kinds of days that we don't want people setting things on fire.
Under 307.1.1, can I cook on my gas grill?
So
It's restricted.
the fire code official could restrict it or prohibit it if
But they don't have to.
with justification. No,
Okay, so they may restrict. Okay.
that's this,
All right.
and this is one of those areas also where we're trying to allow the latitude for local officials to make those calls. And that was something we heard very clearly from, because we were actually looking at we were actually looking at tying prohibition directly to National Weather Service red flag warning. And we had local fire marshals object to that and want the local control. So we kind of changed that based on that discussion.
Can we approve motion?
Sure. I'll entertain any motion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we pass out RP 02 favorably as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second discussion.
Sorry, but just one
No,
on
that's
that
fine.
note with 307.6, open burning and occupancy. So again, if we're talking gas grills or something like that at tailgate parties, anything like that, would that be considered an open burn
So we would have to look at what the definition of the open burning, there's a definition of that, and that's not,
Okay, so we
it's
do have an
open burning versus, the code has open burning, recreational fires. It has like 4 different types of fires. Each of them have a meaning. Open burning is the larger one of them, and has to do more with commercial use. And that is actually something that KDHE permits throughout the state.
That's what.
Does that make sense?
That's, okay, because that's why I noticed that too, that they're approved. So that the level of burn, you should have to get a permit for anyway.
And KDHE, just for information, will not issue a permit without the local fire official also signing off on it. So
Generally speaking, gas reels are pretty much always exempted from any type of regulations.
May I offer a friendly amendment? That the following language should be added to section 307.7. In addition to any other penalties prescribed by state statute, local ordinance or resolution, a fire chief upon blah, 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 blah.
I'll second that.
Can you repeat that again? Local, or what are the words you're adding?
In addition to any other penalties prescribed by state statute, comma, local ordinance or resolution, a fire chief is just recognizing that in addition to our penalties that we may have, we can also utilize the right to recover that expenses.
I just have a quick question, just because I don't know on, when you have a council versus when you have a commission, are things called anything different when you have those?
You have ordinances and you have resolutions.
So it's still the same, like it's generic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Counties normally adopt resolutions, cities normally adopt ordinances.
Okay.
So that would cover both.
Yeah, no, that's great. I just wanted to double check.
To the questions on 307.1.1, I think one reason, at least I had a question on that, is it does not say local fire code official. The intent of that would be the local fire code official on 307.1.1. Is the intent of that the local fire code official will restrict or prohibit?
So, if I may, fire code official throughout this document has the meaning, well, it has meaning that it has in Kansas state law. So it is the fire chief, anyone appointed by the fire chief, the state fire marshal, and any deputy of the state fire marshal's office.
So that any of those fire code officials would be able to enact that.
Yes. All right. Anything further? Seeing nothing, I will call. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed as amended. Thank you. Sure. Oh, let me see. Yes.
Yeah.
I have to.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Are we the same room tomorrow?
Yes. You guys want to continue another one, or do you want to call it a day and start in the morning? Up to you. We do have a limitation on what time we have to be out. At 5? Okay, all right. We will, are you okay with us continuing?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yep. And I'll give you a break here in about 10 minutes.
We are going to do RP3.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna read this.
So RP3 deals with predominantly any modifications that are made specifically for our state-owned buildings. To give you a background, state-owned properties are predominantly in terms of construction, and certificate of occupancy are handled through our Office of Facility and Planning Management, which acronym OFPM. We partner with them and go hand in hand with them on a lot of the plan reviews, both for building construction and fire alarm and sprinkler system. However, we have found that in many cases, once that building is put into service and is gained that certificate of occupancy, that OFPM does not conduct routine inspections of those properties in conformance with the fire codes. And so specifically what we are trying to target is that the fire code has very limited provisions addressing several fire hazards that are becoming increasingly more common throughout the state and throughout the nation, specifically dealing with residential cooking devices and cooking stoves that are located through their dormitories and through some of their student apartment housing, as well as the storage and charging of micro-mobility scooters in terms of lithium-ion batteries. So if you turn to the appendix, section 308.5, on state-owned property, charcoal burners, grills, pellet-fueled grills, wood-fired grills, gases, smokers, and similar such devices shall not be operated at any of the following locations: on combustible balconies, combustible decks, under combustible overhangs, within 10 feet of combustible construction, or within any sleeping room, dormitories, hotel guest room, or some similar occupancies, unless they are not specifically designed and approved for those cooking uses. Section 322.21, battery chargers on state properties. Battery chargers, cords, battery packs, devices that are damaged, modified, recalled, incompatible shall not be used, charged, or stored on state-owned properties or within buildings or facilities under the governance, control, or operations of the Board of Regents. Extension cords shall not be used in any cases to be able to charge any powered micro-mobility devices or storage batteries on state property. Moving to 322.5, on state-owned properties and within buildings or facilities. Powered micro-mobility devices and removable storage batteries shall not be charged or stored within exit access corridors, exit enclosures, exit passageways, stairways, interior exit discharge paths, within sleeping units of group R2 occupancies, or other locations determined by the state fire marshal to represent a fire or life safety hazard. Some exceptions to that include devices used for accessibility or medical purposes where approved by the state fire marshal, or within designated charging or storage areas approved by the state fire marshal. Cooking appliances within state-owned housing. 323.1, this shall apply to ranges, cooktops, and cooking appliances that contain open or exposed cooking surfaces located within group R2 college and university dormitories, residence houses, fraternity, sorority, and other student housings that are owned by or located on the property that is owned by the state or the Board of Regents. This section shall not apply to commercial cooking operations regulated by Chapter 6. If you look at 323.2, regarding temperature limiting cooking surfaces. Electric coil ranges and electric coil cooktops installed in locations regulated by this section shall be provided with temperature limited cooking surfaces. Where ranges or cooktops regulated by this section are newly installed or replaced, such appliances shall be listed and labeled as complying with UL 858 and shall include integral temperature limiting, automatic shutoff, or equivalent cooking fire prevention technology. Existing electric coil ranges and electric coil cooktops regulated by this section shall be retrofitted with listed temperature limiting burner assemblies compatible with the appliance or shall be replaced with appliances complying with section 323.3. If you jump down to 323.7, It does have an exception there for retrofitting costs exceed $50,000 per fiscal year can be extended annually with an approved plan with a correction within the Kansas State Fire Marshal's office. For new installations, temperature limiting cooking surfaces shall be installed, inspected, cleaned, and maintained in accordance with the manufacturer's guidelines. And records shall be maintained by the owner operator for documenting the inspection, testing, and maintenance requirements. One of the things that we are finding within these residential cooking, within residential housing units is more and more students are preparing meals and not utilizing the college provided cafeteria. As we walk through these dormitories during our inspections, we are finding skillets, fry pans, we're finding large bottles of cooking oils. They are cooking, oftentimes they're bringing electric skillets into their rooms and cooking on electric skillets. In some of the devices that are provided out in common areas, they have cooking parties. And so we are putting additional safeguards into effect because we are in these facilities on an annual basis and we are able to see a lot of these very dangerous activities taking place. And this is just one of those measures that we can somewhat rainbow effect. Again, it's not an immediate. We've talked a lot today about the inability to have retroactive requirements. Certainly one of the concerns about this is the cost for the retrofitting of the temperature limiting devices, which is why we put that option in there stating that, hey, as long as you can show that you're going up to a certain amount, we will continue to let you work through that as the years progress, but we need to start making provisions to start replacing and modifying some of the equipment. At one of our large universities, just in a telephone conversation, it stated that they had at least 500, if not 1,000 residential cooktops located within their student housing. And so that is one of the reasons why we are looking at that temperature limiting device. If you are not aware of what that device does, is it basically has a ability to monitor the surface level temperature of the stovetop, and it has automated functions to where it either reduces the temperature or shuts off the temperature to keep the surface temperature from getting to the point where automatic ignition starts of oils increases. Micro mobility scooters and e-bikes. This is also something that I think in some cases we probably think, okay, we can't store that stuff in the corridors, makes sense. But I can tell you, even as the AHJ walking through those facilities, those kids think nothing of it. They are walking through those hallways. In some cases, they are riding them. They are powered on and they are using them to get them faster through the corridor. And they are oddly unconcerned about the presence of us, our badge, or our authority. And so a lot of this is built in terms of this is something that is becoming more and more popular. We're seeing it more and more. This was not an issue 5 years ago. And it's a proactive approach of taking a stance on this now before we have an incident that we're all wishing that something had been done.
So I just have one question.
Yes.
When you started this conversation, did you speak with chancellors or whoever of University of Kansas, Kansas State University, to ask them what regulations they wanted to put on the dorms and why, if this was important to them, they hadn't already made these expectations of their student body?
So we have commissioned inspectors that work for KU, for K-State, for some of our Board of Regents. And they conduct inspections on our behalf and partner with us, that they are KU, K-State. Have I talked to the chancellors? No.
Have we talked to the people who are responsible for this? Yes.
Yes.
And will they mirror the expectations? And so that it's one thing to say, here are the guidelines that we're governed by, but it's another thing for them to say, when you live in our dorms, here are the expectations you must abide by.
So will our commissioned inspectors support that? Absolutely, and they do support these. Does the TIs or the RAs that are, students that are responsible for the housing, do they care about this? Absolutely not. But that's part of what our responsibility is as well, is making sure that we're working with our commissioned inspectors, and really with all of our facilities. I know State Fair, off topic, that State Fair is a state-owned property, and they have struggled with enforcing some of our rules and regulations. And we have taken a very active approach with them, partnered with them. We purchased over 75 portable fire extinguishers for them, helped them place them around the state fairgrounds. We have purchased signs for them to put up in front of doors saying, by order of state fire marshal, do not block. So we understand in that regard that the state fair might not have had the budgetary ability to be able to do some of this, but we recognized that there was a need, so we partnered with them to help them achieve that. And it is still a work in progress. Every year we gain a little bit more momentum, but it's an education process. And something like this would also mirror something like that, whether that means that we need to partner with them to produce signs to put up in the dormitories regarding the dangers of lithium-ion batteries and storage. Will the campuses need to take a proactive approach in designating places where they can be stored? They will have to address that. And so I think it's a collaborative process, and it's going to take some information, and it is going to, once this goes into effect, would I be willing to say that this is not going to be an issue anymore? That's just not reality. It's going to take several years of consistency in our message, both with us and with campus, to say that we're not going to do this anymore. There are several universities across the United States that have already implemented very similar, and in some cases even more restringent requirements than what we are seeking here. Most notably, some of the larger campuses in like New York and Chicago, where they are massive and they've already had incidences regarding explosions and fires caused by these devices.
Is there some way to define more specifically what you're talking about with the batteries? I mean, I think it could be a little alarming to people maybe reading this and thinking that any battery pack or any removable storage battery or any charging cord is now outlawed in a dormitory. Like, I think you need like a size of battery to be established or something, don't you? Like, how big a battery are you worried about?
The intent was, let's say your iPhone, right? The battery is a lithium ion battery, but it's not something you can remove.
My camera does have one, however.
Okay.
That is about this big, right? They don't like you to take them on the airplanes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but you're worried about bigger batteries like for these scooters and stuff, aren't you? You're
Yeah,
not worried
I
about small
believe
batteries?
I believe that the removable battery really was more towards we're talking about in that the micro mobility devices. So I believe our intent in that is not.
Well, I was just reading 322.2.1. So I didn't know if somewhere it was specifically tied to the batteries associated with the micro mobility devices. So maybe we just clarify the language, if that's what you're getting at.
That is 322 though. 322 is titled Power Mobility Devices. So everything in 322.
Okay, well, I didn't see that whole 22, the originating paragraph, I guess.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, and believe it or not, this is not just an issue at the university areas. This is also a state fair issue.
Yeah.
We had a mess last year. We're lucky we didn't burn half the place down, but so this will help us. And as far as the universities, sometimes it's helpful for them that I'm the bad guy, right? It's not their rule. It's that darn state fire marshal's making us do it. So, I'll take that heat. That's fine. But
I just, sometimes it helps if they can help tell parents, hey, don't go buy your kid the electric thing. They need to eat. wherever they're gonna fire them anyways.
So I can tell you, I have a kid in college, and I have told him the dangers of an air fryer, and they are on the prohibited list, and they had 2 air fryers the last time I went. And it just, they appear, and
Darn kids, yeah.
it's mine and specific.
So an air fryer is considered one of these.
No, I'm saying an air fryer is on a prohibited list from the university, not on us, not on us.
Any further questions for Amanda?
Two comments. The section on 322.2.1, I get what you're trying to do. Comment number 1 is, why is it only a concern for state buildings? Why can the office building that's owned right across the street here, that's not a state building, charge their buggies and the bicycles and scooters in the corridor or in the stairwell? Why do we limit it just to, because that's the problem?
No, our feeling in doing this was that it's okay for us to regulate ourselves and state property on this and be more strict. And because this is an area above code, but we wanted to let those local jurisdictions decide if that was something they wanted to do in their own area.
And then my second comment, that same section, it really does not need to be written because what's currently there does it. Because any charger that is damaged or has a bad cord or a bad channel or a mismatched charger is not within the listing, and that's what the current section says. But want to add it? Doesn't hurt.
Any other questions? All right, entertain a motion.
Move to approve, subject to statute regulations.
Okay, there's been a motion, there is a second. Discussion. Board of Regents. This affects you guys more than anyone else, so.
Everything's been said, and great points.
Okay.
You're a favorite now.
We do have a great relationship with Board of Regents, and it's and Chad has been doing a lot of work to get things kind of more consistent throughout their system also, so we appreciate that. I saw 2 hands over. Who wants to? Go ahead, Sharon.
Powered mobility devices, are those defined?
I do not know.
We will find
Because
out.
if we do, I'd like the definition, because we have all kinds of issues with scooters and hoverboards and.
All the things?
Yeah.
We'll take a look.
Definition is motorized bicycles, motorized scooters, and other personal mobility devices powered by a lithium-ion or lithium metal battery. The term does not include motor vehicles that are required to be registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles for the state or jurisdiction.
Larry?
Thank you.
More for just curiosity, and I realize we're here for prevention, but have you seen an increase or a number of incidents of fires related to these types of things in West Coast?
So not as much, it's more of a national trend that we're seeing. Really and one of the issues we're also facing, we're dealing with multiple issues at one time, is our fire reporting in the state has been broken for a while. So we're finally getting to the point where we actually are getting better data. But even today, only 63% of the fire departments in the state are actually reporting their fires into the system. So we hope to be at 100%. We're working that, but that's a whole other animal that we're fighting. So. Any further discussion? Going once. Well, that said, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, moving on.
Let's do RP5.
Let's, I think we're all like at that point. Let's take a 10 minutes and come back in at 4:10, please. And we'll plan on working till like 4:45. Is that okay? Or you guys want earlier? Tell me what you.
I have to head out.
I have to hop on a meeting, yeah.
Are we okay? are you guys okay with us breaking at this point for the day?
Yes.
Any objection? Okay, let's do that, and we will be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, this has been very productive, I really appreciate it. Oh, feel free to leave things if you want. I mean, I wouldn't leave a diamond ring or something out here.